Hello, everyone, and welcome to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show that hopes to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. My name is Quacksilver. Welcome back, everyone, whether digitally or in person, from Awesome Games Done Quick 2026 to our regular Hotfix viewership. Hello, I've missed you. It's good to see you. To those of you who have been sticking around checking out the replay of AGDQ 2026, welcome. It's so good to see you. Did you know that GDQ is year-round? And we have live content on the Twitch channel all the time, including shows just like this one. This is Make Your Own Victory, a show featuring speedruns and showcases that can do literally anything other than roll the end credits of the video game. Today, as we are all recovering from AGDQ, I wanted to discuss with you all a phenomenon that happens so often at GDQ events, and that is the phenomenon of, oh no, oh help, I'm surrounded by a bunch of cool speedrunners, playing their speed games, talking about their speed games. I fear I would like to learn a run. And so, armed with some of my best friends and a bunch of inadvisable but ultimately correct decisions made at the vendor alley at AGDQ, I am going to return to a game that I have promised to learn a speedrun for the better part of the past 2 years. Here to show off Stardew Valley Community Center. Please welcome to the stage the Valiant Son.
Hey, what's up, gamers? Happy time zone. We have some great news. 2 years ago at a hotel in Pittsburgh, Quacksilver promised my dear friend Blackheart Wings that she would learn how to speedrun Stardew Valley, and as of recording right now here on the 12th of January 2026, Quacksilver still only has 2 hours of playtime in Stardew Valley.
Did you look up my Steam numbers? How dare
I'm guessing.
you? I don't think you're far off, I fear.
And so those of you in chat that do know me, you do know that I do speedrun Stardew Valley, though I do have to admit, I have not really played any Stardew Valley since 1.6 came out. So I messaged my dear friend Zachary, and I said, please give me a route for seeded CC, please and thank you. And so we will be experiencing this together, which is, oh my gosh, I want to play a game that I'm familiar with, and I want to try speedrunning it, but I don't know what to do. So I just have a route, and we're gonna do it. I also realized that my camera's off, and I'm staring directly into it, so this is me talking to you directly, chat. So we're making a couple of choices. So 1.6 added a bunch of things in, and most notably, actually, I am playing as the cookie gender farmer rather than the money gender farmer. We are also going to be remixing the community center bundles, as well as using this seed here. What's in the seed? I don't know. I cannot stress enough how much I have not read this route. We're going in blind together.
And a special shout out to Zachary20XX for supplying the route that we are going to be doing the live follow along to.
And also shout out to Zachary as well, because I did not tell them that that was the intention. I just said, can I have a route, please? So we will get started as soon as I press OK in 3, 2, 1, go. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go to sleep. And then Spring Day 2 says pick up our parsnips, keep 1 to plant, which implies to me, I think, that we're selling the rest.
Yeah, so while we get into this intro of the game, you have how many hours in Stardew Valley speedrunning yourself? Because I believe it's more than 2. We are working with some game knowledge here.
We are working with some game knowledge. I have probably over 1,200 hours in Stardew at this point in time, with probably 800 of those being speedrunning. So I am familiar with the speedrun, but this version of the game I have not played very much, so we're making it up.
Yeah. And for those who may be less familiar with Stardew speedrunning in general, I know for folks that were catching the AGDQ replay, I saw some questions in chat earlier about, like, how is it even possible to speedrun Stardew Valley? Can you talk about Community Center and also just generally, like, the restoration categories?
Yeah, so we are... Sorry, I just saw one of the notes and it says beach for 1.6 reasons, and I have no idea what that means. Yeah, so we are restoring the community center, which up until version 1.5 of Stardew Valley was kind of the end game, was completing the community center, making Grandpa proud. With 1.5, the ability to get perfection and actually roll credits was introduced, but we're on Make Your Own Victory, so we will not be rolling credits. And also, there's only one category I could do in that amount of time, which would be glitched to roll the credits. And so we're not going to do that. We're going to complete the community center, make some friends, do all the things. Okay, I am going to hoe a very specific pattern according to this picture. This one, and this one. That looks right. So I have read the mail, and we had the note, actually, that we're going to the beach, and since I read the mail, that means I'm getting my fishing rod. Presumably. So we're gonna do that. We're buying a bunch of things on this first day. Ideally, based on my speedrun knowledge, so I'm conveying to you a combination of, I have never done this route before, I have not really played on this patch of the game, but I'm going to, I guess, like, live narrate for y'all as I, like, notice things to try and connect it to my game knowledge, I guess. I think that sounds fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is really, at the end of the day, what speedrunning is all about. Like, you have a game you like, and then you play it again, and then you start to notice the ways that the game breaks before your will, and then eventually you attempt to communicate it to your friends in an unparsable Google Doc.
I'm also really hoping, I am touching these trash cans, I'm hoping that trash cans are not seeded for this route, because that would be unfortunate. I need a green bean, 6 potatoes, a tulip, and I need to delete... Do I need this oyster? Scrolling down. Fish specialty. I might need this oyster. We're gonna throw this oyster on the ground. I didn't move fast enough to... and a jazz, okay. We're coming back later. It's fine.
This is the average beginning of a Stardew Valley run of all time. Because you also, so for those folks who may not know, our lovely runner, you have also run Stardew Valley at a couple of events, and have somewhat of a history with it going, how shall I put this politely, in novel and surprising directions, I would say.
I mean, yeah, you could say. So the really fun thing about Stardew Valley as a speed game generally is that even though things are seeded, I'm going back for that daffodil because again, I don't know if I need it. Stardew Valley seeded is not entirely seeded, actually. So there are some things that you aren't able to account for even if you give the game seed. So I have done a lot of seeded runs because they do make them significantly more marathon safe or more consistent. But sometimes, if anyone is here and is subbed to my channel, if we could get the Valiant Sun blushy, sometimes you have a seed that, like, something 100% that should have shown up and just doesn't for some reason. I am planting these in a very specific pattern. I'm assuming we're doing some seed manipulation to get quality. And the really fun thing here is that I don't remember. Okay, that one is that. This is the green bean. And then I'm assuming the blue seeds are blue and the tulip seeds are that. Perfect. That looks exactly like the picture. If I stand right here, I match the chart. That's all we need. That's how you speedrun Stardew Valley, gamers. You look at a picture and you plant things according to the picture. It always rains on the 3rd. The very cool thing about 1.6 is that rain used to be manipulative, like even seeded, was not controllable. You actually had to step manip and keep track of the number of steps that you took over the course of your file in order to manipulate the rain. That is something that did change in 1.6. I am grabbing my hoe because we are watering things. See this? This is going to be a carrot. This is also new in 1.6. I somehow got 2. Plant it where you dug it. We're just planting the one. Neat. Bedtime. Does playing as Cookie Gender matter? It does. So presumably, since we remixed the bundles, we are going to be using the cookie to complete the community center. So money sometimes doesn't actually matter quite as much when you remix your seeds. Day 6, water, sleep. Guess who just noticed the potato harvesting is not well marked in this doc. But fix. Alright, Zachary20XX is in the chat, gang, and is apparently live editing the doc as we go.
Hey, speedrunning is about co-op, baby.
Yes. No, Quack's not allowed to see. Give me 1 second. Okay, so we are doing those. Water, 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 water. I don't need to water that because it is already watered. We are going back to bed on the 7th. This route is Seated Community Center. I don't need to water the potatoes anymore. I don't know why I'm doing that. Okay. On the 8th, we water, and then we go back to bed. That's the notes. Crows will not eat our crops in this pattern because we only have 15 crops planted. If you have less than 15 crops, then you're good. I only water. That's the only thing not grown. Yes. So I'm visually looking at our route, and then also like using my knowledge of how the plants look in order to determine what I should be doing here. So I'm making sure I'm watering my green bean because that one's going to go. I see that the edit, I'm calling Zachary out, but like completely positively, which is that it says top of big row, 2 to the right, I think. So top of the big row. Top of the
Okay,
big
so
row.
a couple things. Well, not to break your focus too much, but one,
Yes.
as you mentioned that we have the router of this in the chat, did you find out if it would be kosher to link the route doc so folks can follow along in the audience?
Yeah, so we can definitely do that. Top of the big row to the right. I have 4 potatoes, and I'm unsure that that is what I should have.
All right, so shout outs to our incredible producer Railkun. We have the route doc we are following today in this exploratory speedrun. It's pinned in the Twitch chat, so you can absolutely follow along yourself. You can see what it is like to experience a speedrun for the first time.
What we're gonna do real quick is I'm closing out on account of the fact that I'm presuming that we should get... That's a lot of potatoes. Okay. I was making sure... So what I was doing here is that I know from playing Stardew that crops can sometimes be gold underneath. And so I was making sure that we weren't getting the gold potatoes on this day. Because that's what I assumed. So then I'm going to pick the top of the big row and these 2. That's going to give me 4 potatoes. And then we're going to go to... Oh, I should have picked those yesterday. Okay. This is fine. We're gonna pick the rest today. This is not quite as many potatoes probably as we need, but that is okay. We're gonna harvest all the potatoes and we're going to bin them. I'm also going to water my green bean because it's not grown yet. I'm also gonna just harvest these. We're doing it live, baby.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live! So sometimes, especially like, I don't know, I thought this would be fun, and I hope that chat does enjoy it as well. I'm going to save 1 potato, because I'm nervous. Seeded has a lot of really cool tech going on. But yeah, so we got a lot of money on account of the fact that the potatoes... also, like, on certain spots and days, do, like, give us those multi-harvest. Oh my gosh, we have a cat. So 1.6 also introduced the ability to skip the pet adoption scene, which means that it's faster to keep the pet. I will be naming this cat after my cat, because she's sleeping very peacefully and she's very excited that I am back from GDQ.
Yes, if you are unaware of the realities of GDQ, both Jess and I returned home from GDQ today, to our respective homes from GDQ today, to bring you this Stardew nonsense. Speaking of Stardew nonsense, though, I did want to... Oh, I'm gonna lose it in the chat now. I wanted to go back and highlight... Someone said, I vividly remember a Stardew marathon race going off the rails, and it instantly and gracefully turned into a co-op run in the most Stardew possible turn of events. Hey, Jess, do you want to talk about GDQ 23?
Yeah, so... real quick, I'm focusing for half a second. These are crop circles. If you ever see route notes that say do crop circles, that is what we mean. Basically, it is an optimal packing of the, like, the plus sign is the best way to describe that. I can't remember. I need 50 wood for the scarecrow, and I need an axe to cut the scarecrow down. But yeah, so Blackheart Wings and I were racing Community Center, or racing the seated crafts room, which has several backups in place in order to make it marathon safe. However, every single marathon safety failed in the case of Blackheart Wings' file. Gabby's file we had 4 things in place to make a backup, and all of them failed, which is wild and frankly a little bit rude.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with Stardew Valley from the speedrunning side, right, we've talked about a seeded run. RNG in Stardew is preposterous and bizarre, because I, as a layperson who has promised to run this game, but, you know, still not, I'm never quite sure when Stardew runners say seeded, which RNG things can actually be controlled for, because like Jess was talking about step counting, sometimes it's patch dependent, sometimes it's whim dependent, it's the day, it's what your computer feels like, but some of it is perfectly consistent, and it's mystifying to watch.
All right, so I have this note that says clear around our pet rock. Which I have been instructed in the route to go and look for this rock, I'm assuming. So this rock here on Fall 14 is going to give me a frozen geode. The way that it will do that is as long as it exists. So I need to make sure that there's nothing that will hurt this rock, which is mostly going to be other things that could spawn, which is like some of our wood and weeds can technically overtake this rock, but this rock is very important. That's our little guy.
Chat, what are we naming the rock? I need everyone to pitch in.
We do need everyone to okay. I just accidentally changed the tab. And the next tab says, Farmer, be a man, you must be swift as a coursing river, or whatever. Here's the thing. If you ever need a route, Zachary20XX makes the most fantastic routes of all time, and I appreciate them so much. They are one of my favorite routers in this game.
Truly, shoutouts. We're getting lots of amazing. I see Rocky, Rocco, Boulder. Shoutouts to Boldy, Hades. Dwayne, iconic. No, shoutouts to Zachary, 100%. If you've ever made a route doc, I know we're presenting this for the folks who are interested in reading route docs for the first time, but if you've ever written a speedrun route for anyone, you are part of a long and storied tradition of nonsense makers, and I see you, and I appreciate you.
So I realized after I got all the way back up and put all my things that I have a note to get a spring onion. So spring onions spawn here at the very bottom of the map. So I am off to do that. I did get a wild horseradish already, so I'm not going to grab those. And I also need to make sure that I go to the festival to harvest some strawberries. Now, here's something very important that we have, and that is that I should be selling to buy 20 strawberries. Now, I have great news. Enough to buy 16 strawberries. So we're already a little bit off route, and that's fine. Gang, here's the thing. I think it's really important to make sure that, like, especially when you're learning routes, continue on. Even if you're, like, you think, oh, I've messed up, this isn't going to work. Just do it. Just continue doing the route, because does it say 20 strawberries, but if I'm doing 4 sprinklers worth, that's 16. Okay. But while we
ponder the mathematics of it,
ponder the math.
I'm delighted to report that there is a poll in the Twitch chat to name our pet rock. Flint appears to currently be in the lead, with Dwayne not too far behind.
Perfect. Yeah, but like I genuinely think it is so important to just play runs out. My most impressive Stardew Valley fails, I think, are in the same route I crafted 6 staircases, which lost me 600 wood or 600 stone, and it was year 2. So there was actually no getting that back. So I had to continuously reset the mines so that I could like get all that money back, which was not great. I then later bought like 30 coffees, which also cost a lot of money. It was not the best run. I did still PB based purely on sorry, I just looked to the side and said if only the Valiant Son had someone extremely good at math who'd be able to help with that. And the thing is, no.
Editor's note, Jess is a mathematician.
Jess has several advanced degrees in mathematics. And alas, no.
And we're putting them to good use today. But no, that's so incredibly real. Like, if you're getting into speedrunning by just playing a game you love, if you're getting into speedrunning by watching something entertaining, if one of the games at GDQ on the replay has inspired you, I think the single biggest piece of advice that most speedrunners will give is finish out your first runs no matter what. Like, you will make mistakes, things will go off the rails, you will make mistakes you couldn't dream of predicting, but seeing, like, the final time on your first and second and third completed run, and understanding how the pieces of the run fit together is so important, and also just, like, really, really motivating to continue.
I am reassured by the fact that I see Zachary saying, I have a math degree, but apparently can't count, and I'm hoping what that means is that we're supposed to have 16 strawberries and not 20. But again, I've picked up some extra of our forage because I'm a little bit worried about money. I know in Stardew Valley, a really great way to make up extra money is by taking our like spring forage seeds and then crafting those into seed packets once you have foraging level 1, and you can get a little bit extra more money from that. So what I'm going to do actually is cut down a few more trees to see if I can get, I'm gonna check and make sure I don't have the foraging. Oh, I do have foraging 1 already. JK, we're not gonna cut down any more trees. We're going to go back. We're gonna go back to bed.
Safe for now.
Good news, our rock is named Flint, it seems.
Yep, our pet rock. We are here to defend Flint.
All right. Flint is our best friend because Flint is going to help us out much, much later in this route. The other option for getting a frozen geode would be to dive in the mines. It is possible that we do that. Again, there's ways to back up things, and I think a lot of the time, like, when you're starting to figure out speedrunning, playing a game that you just feel comfortable with is so important because, like, if the route fails, there's a lot of times, especially in, like, RPGs and things, you are able to kind of puzzle out a solution and figure out how to fix it. So if I am really short on money, which is possible, I know quick ways to make money. I can make mixed seeds. I can, like, just sit. I got
It's
suspicious because it said water and it's raining. It's also raining today.
And also live steering of speed, like from specifically the marathon angle of it, live steering of speedruns can lead to the absolute peak all-time moments while we're in replay mode. I want to shout out, I think it was AGDQ 2024, the Final Fantasy Remaster finale, when Zik, like, had incorrect equipment, like, loadout going into a boss or was under-leveled, and, like, we sat there for 15-20 minutes with commentators, like, in wikis and DMing other people on Discord as he live steered through this, like, super boss fight in the middle of FFV. being able to play your video game when the route does not go perfectly to plan also makes for an incredible show.
I think these should have been grown by now. I'm a little bit suspicious of my life. This is fine, because what we can do is, I'm looking at the game, so this says harvest. I don't have strawberries to harvest. But I do need to do the community center cutscene, so what we're going to do is craft some of those seeds that we said that we were going to do. Because everything should still be open tomorrow, but I don't know if it's going to rain. Actually, wait. I do know if it's going to rain tomorrow. Did you know you can check the weather on the TV? It's going to rain all day tomorrow, so I have to go out today to trigger the community center cutscene. That's very important. So we're going to do that. I don't remember. I can sell that. I can sell our extra green beans. So these all can come with me now. I can craft our wild seeds, which is great. And I can also go over, while we're waiting, to the left-hand side of the farm, because again, our wild seeds are going to be able to help us make a lot of money. So if I can get, for example, this extra leek, wow. And some of these other things as well. Get a foraging level while I'm at it, why not? 1.6 added notifications for when you level up, which is super duper fun. We'll check.
Wait, those weren't in 1.5?
No, so you actually had to check your I think there was a small audio cue, but otherwise there was no way to know until you went to sleep or you checked your menu on whether or not you leveled up. So a lot of it was actually memorizing how many trees you needed to cut down in order to know when your levels popped.
That's a lot. I do see in the chat, well, on the subject of live steering, I do see some folks mentioning the absurd levels of live steering, pun intended, in this most recent GDQ's American Truck Simulator run. And friends, if you caught that, I have excellent news for you, because tomorrow on Hidden Heroes on Hotfix, y'all are getting 2.5 hours more of American Truck Simulator in continuing our Hotfix AGDQ recap sort of vibes. So if you liked live steering, boy howdy, don't go anywhere this week.
Oh, I'm so excited for that. I love Anarchy and Laszlo so much, and that run was an absolute treat.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen it, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. It can barely be considered a speedrun, and I say that with a heart full of love. It's one of the all-time runs of GDQ in history.
So again, as we said, my strawberries weren't ready yet. I missed a watering day, presumably. That's all right. So what I'm doing here is I'm triggering our community center now because it can't be triggered while it's raining. So we're going to do that instead. 3 strawberries, garden bundle 2. Interesting. But yeah, so we're gonna go back to bed. Hopefully our strawberries will be grown tomorrow. I just got scared for a moment. I was like, what if the strawberries aren't grown tomorrow? Great news, our strawberries are grown. So yeah, so now since I already activated the community center, that's really good for us. I'm going to read that now so I don't forget, and then I'm going to take our strawberries and all the things that are supposed to go with me to the community center, which it says I should have my axe and my pick. My spring forage, which we have, as well as one of these I don't need. It's presumably the leek. We'll find out. Actually, that's what we're going to make a decision real quick. And so since I read the thing, I can actually go check the wizard and that will give me a little more insight on what we're actually looking for in the community center, and then we can come back up here. I promise I speedrun this game also, but legitimately, again, I've not picked this up in a while, and I think that's kind of what the goal of this was that I think I've not played Stardew in like 3 or 4 months, and I've not played on 1.6 very much, so it's like, this is as close as we can get to. I'm really passionate about a game, but I've never speedran it before. I think that we can get while also being a little bit smart about randomly picking up a game.
And like, you know, game knowledge generally goes. I mean, okay,
Frog.
You know, make your own victory. Nice. Make your own victory has a history of like, you know, and shout outs to the meme category enjoyers in the chat. Of I will reach out to people and be like, hey, I love this video game, but everything that we see on like the speedrun.com leaderboards is like any percent, 100%, all bosses, things that roll credits. Who's got time for that? Can you work with me to generate your own bespoke category for this video game so that we can run it in a credits-less fashion? And so there has been a fair bit of like folks running not games that they've never run before, but specific routes that they've never run before, or, you know, specific end goals that they've never run before. And game knowledge and game passion matter hugely. Obviously, there will always be a market for incredibly high execution, you know, memorized route, like any percent speedruns. But one of the cool things, if I may be so bold, about Hotfix in general and about Make Your Own Victory in specific is like, y'all, there's so many video games. There's so many ways to speedrun video games. It's silly.
And they're all good, actually.
They're all great. I do see, I'm going to pass back to you for routing in a second, but I do see what is the dumbest category that has been run on this show. There's a couple. I do want to shout out Flex on absolutely everyone. Shout outs to Greta Ice Vixen. If you're unfamiliar with Pokemon Sword and Shield, there is a set of meme categories where you flex on various NPCs, which is just spinning around in circles in front of them. But they're all like really, really short. So Greta ran all of them in one sitting and flexed on absolutely everyone. And it was beautiful and perfect. Anyway, we're in the community center now. How are the bundles going?
We are in the community center, and I am showing a cool thing. So when I hover over this, we see that the community center icon pulses. That means that there is a bundle that wants a morel. What bundle? Unsure. It's the exotic foraging. I know that. I've played this video game before. I'm also saving 3 of my strawberries. This is important for later. I'm presuming that the 3 strawberries, if I recall correctly, are going to be used for the bulletin board. So I am going to actually just take 3 of them and put it in a little pile here. And then we added the ability to press shift and click, and then things get thrown out of your inventory there. So that's a really neat way that actually has affected marriage routing a little bit, because depending on what inventory things you have open, that is, you technically like don't meet Robin and Lewis until you open your inventory. And the way that I can sell all these. High sprinkler cart. Cool. Sorry, I just...
No, hey, once again, I shudder to think how many people in total are on the route doc right now, but the route doc was in the chat.
There are 34 people watching this doc right now.
Perfect. And all of you are going to speedrun this after the show, right?
Every single one of you should speedrun this after the show.
We've given you all the tools.
The cart isn't in town today. You're right. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We need sprinklers. I have money. Supposedly. So, great news, everyone. So I didn't realize that we were buying the carts, or we were buying things from the traveling cart, because I, importantly, have a math degree and don't know how to read. So, what we're going to do instead is we're going to go and do what I thought we were going to do, which is buy the materials from Clint. What's my farming? My farming level is 2, so I can craft basic sprinklers myself once I go to bed. So we are going to buy iron ore first. And I need 25 iron ore. I have 21 iron ore. Gang, we're gonna have a great time.
We're off to the races.
We're off to the races. So the first thing that we're going to do is throw this iron ore out of my inventory and pick it back up again. This will trigger a cutscene for Clint because we got some ore. In order to... We're going to do a little bit of this because it's like just a little bit silly. I don't think actually... Oh, I do plant a bunch of melons later, and I do need those sprinklers. Okay. I was going to say maybe we don't need the sprinklers, but I think we do. So we're going to go into the mines. Smile.
Dink donk hit rocks.
Dink donk hit rocks. Yeah, so we're going to do this. Zachary routed this specifically, I believe, with the intention of not having to go into the mines at all. We are ignoring this because I have made a grave mistake. With 1.6, again, I've brought up before that there is a handful of changes, and so we're using the new RNG, which means that there used to be an underlying pattern underneath the rocks in the mines that allowed you to properly, essentially predict where ladders were based on previous floors. Some of our like very, very talented speedrunners in that sort of case for Mines 50 could basically tell you where a ladder was without having it seeded. It's bonkers, honestly. I never figured it out. But 1.6 removed that underlying pattern, which means that you get to just hit rock. There is no pattern or anything, you just hit rock. It's great.
It's very zen.
So it's very zen.
For folks looking to potentially get into Stardew speedrunning, but don't have the desire to run a, multi-hour category or something with as many potential steering points, nice aquamarine, as...
Yeah, no, that's really useful, actually.
As community center, which is one of the longer categories that is frequently run. The Stardew Valley speedrunning community has 2 mines categories, one for reaching floor 50 and one for reaching floor 120. Mines 50 is like the standard recommended beginner category, and I know this and can vouch for this because Mines 50 is the category that I have promised no fewer than 3 different Stardew Valley speedrunners I will learn eventually.
On 1.6, there is a club that you can get on these. It's not day 5, so I don't think any of those would give me the club, but I had to try.
For the fans.
We're trying to get, again, we're trying to get 25 copper and then just enough money so that I can buy the rest of the iron ore that I need, because I ideally do not want to go all the way to floor 40. Because again, we're trying to speed run, but that is something that I could back up there. The aquamarine is going to help us a ton. And again, this actually helps us because in case something happens to our dear boy Flint, we do have to go to floor 40 in order to back that up anyways. So hopefully nothing happens to our boy Flint.
Yeah. Hopefully. Chat is defending Flint right now, and I know chat wouldn't let me down. But no, that is, I think, one of the interesting things about Stardew is that, like, obviously in the menus parkour dichotomy of speed games, Stardew is extremely menus, but like because of the way in which it is extremely menus, it's got like backups on backups on backups for everything, and it's very interesting to watch like steering.
I am delighted to report as well that I remembered that I do need this cave carrot. Because we had that exotic foraging bundle, so this will save me just a little bit of money later. Because I won't have to buy a cave carrot. That's probably going to be like only maybe like 200 gold later, which again is not a lot. I also just realized that I did not get any coal. I made a silly error, and it was not going down to floor 10 there. Smile. So since we have no energy, I'm gonna run home. I could pass out. Every time you pass out, you lose 10% of your gold, so I only have 99 gold right now, so that's not a ton. So that would be something that's like kind of safe for me to do at this time. But again, we're not exactly like looking for that. So what I'm going to do, I run home a lot, even when I could pass out, so that I can think, and figure out what exactly it is that I'm doing. We do have a whole lot here going on positively for us. I do have another piece of coal in here. So I need my stone, because my stone will help me build the furnace. And I do need actually a bit more copper ore, so we'll go back into the mines tomorrow. I've scrolled further down, and there's a note about the, hi Clint, goodbye Clint. So we are going to build a furnace. Yay. And nice. Put the furnace, actually we're gonna bring the furnace with us to the mines. We're gonna bring the furnace with us to the mines, because while we dive into the mines, I can actually use that in order to craft our bars, so that once I get everything all settled together, we'll be good to go. So I will put in an iron bar. I'm saying this out loud so that somebody reminds me. We'll be getting an iron. We'll be getting an iron bar on our way, and that will work out for us super duper well. Timing wise, I don't need my watering can on me anymore. Yay.
I'm also seeing in the chat, when Quack learns the Stardew run, I'll make a Stardew scale mail drape for the next FF event. First of all, shout outs to the Frame Fatales. Jess the Valiant Son recently got the position of community lead for Frame Fatales. Make some noise in the chat.
Hey, wait a second. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Joke's on you. This is a Jess appreciation stream. I think I'm supposed to remind you about an iron bar. I don't know on the way to what, but you said on the way.
Yes, I have my iron. We're going to do that. But yeah, hello everybody. If you saw any of the Fatales things going on site for GDQ, I was recently hired as the community lead. I'm still technically in a like trial sort of period for it, but that is something that I'm doing, and I'm really honored that I get the chance to help represent the community and help expand it. So if you're in chat and you identify as a woman or femme in any way that is meaningful to you, I am still logged into the Blue Sky account. I will send you an invite if you DM the Frame Fatales at bluesky.com. Also, the slimes have only like a 30% chance of slowing or something, like a 1 in 3 chance, and every time they slow me, I just get really upset about it.
Yeah, you've been getting kind of got by the slimes so far in this mindless route of CC.
In this mindless route of CC, we are struggling. The good news is that this is a freebie ladder, and so we're actually back to where we should be. And I'm just keeping an eye on the clock. I need to leave at 2 in order for me to get to Clint's before he closes. What's in the box? It's a femur. A really, really cool thing about Stardew is I'm using animation canceling, which is allowing me to do some of my actions a lot quicker than you would normally. But one of the things that makes hammer really, really good is even if you are like a club type weapon, good is that you can do this. And that's by pressing your click button and C at the same time. You can do basically a multi-hit spam attack when you do the special. It makes it the best form of weapon in the game, especially for speedrunning. I only needed 25 copper ore. And now we're running to the end here because I need more coal. Right now we have 2. Not enough. We crossed 1900, yeah!
Yeah, and also, while you finish up the coal production, I do want to say, if you like the Fatals and you're enjoying watching the AGDQ replay, or you caught AGDQ Live, the next Fatals event is in early March. It's March 8th through the 15th. There's a lot of cool stuff on the schedule. There's some important runbacks. Behemoth Steve running back Hades 2, a different category. There's a lot of runs from Fatals that were not in AGDQ. Shoutouts to Sweet Peebs running Stanley Parable. Shoutouts to Pippi in a top hat and to Momodachi doing a co-op Skyward Sword randomizer. Shoutouts to one of our truck runners, Laszlo, opening the event with I always want to say American Horse Simulator with because that's what it is in my mind. With Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
And Sapphire and Pink closing the event with Titanfall 2. Some horrible, horrible person named Quacksilver is going to be speedrunning Queue Up. Yeah. Schedule /64. Thank you, chat mods. I love our chat mods.
Alright. I was like, oh, wow, I don't have any money for things. Sell things that I got extraneously. Actually, we're going to buy these back real quick. 1.5 added the ability to buy back, which is very important. I'm just making sure that I'm good to actually sell these things. So, shop, sell our topaz, and all of those extra things. Alright. Oh, that's perfect. We actually need exactly 20 ore. So that's good. And we need 25 there. So we'll need to get an extra coal on the farm. But this is fine, actually. We're doing quite well. Wait, are we on the rails? Absolutely not. But have we recovered from our errors? I think yes.
Let's go.
Do folks in chat usually mention the cursor being on screen during the runs? No. So since cursor is kind of like very necessary, as well as like it is by default kind of skinned to match. I've never heard anyone complain about cursor on screen. Though I am fascinated by the idea of people I just realized that we had all these spring seeds I could have sold instead, actually.
That's pure backup money. Hey, that's backup money for the next
That's
departure
backup money
from the
for
rails.
my next error. True. You're so right.
For the next departure from the rails. No, yeah, I mean, cursor on screen, I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's a genre thing, because I do feel like it is, it does get memed on harder in instances like Souls games. I don't know. Also,
I think
shout out
it's
to the
because it's
Stardew.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, no. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think because it's presumed that it's a KBM game, you kind of have, like, less issues. Great news, we got cookies. Since it's presumed to be a KBM game, there's less, assumption that it's not going to be on the screen, I think is kind of the thing. Yeah, Ray and I are in sync here.
Shaking hands across the Twitch chat. But yeah,
I do need one more piece of coal, so tomorrow, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go check on Flint, our pet rock. Waiting for this iron to pop out. There we go, or that copper to pop out.
We had pet rock discussion. Where was I going? Oh yes, seen a couple people coming in terms of like early speedrun watching experience, and also a couple of runners of this game in the chat. And I do have to say, shout outs to the inexplicable and beautiful Stardew Valley Dark Souls crossover, just in community viewership and stuff. It's like, I'm gonna say something controversial but brave. Stardew Valley Dark Souls, funnier than Animal Crossing Doom. I know we had that one day where Animal Crossing plus Doom was really funny, but Stardew Valley plus Dark Souls is where it's at. And tag me with your fan art on Blue Sky. Tag the GDQ socials too, cowards.
Alright, so I'm looking for some coal. Again, we also want to make sure our good friend Flint is safe. So Flint currently safe. No weeds are around Flint. And we are just looking for a piece of coal. We get coal randomly on the farm from rocks. It might just be rude and not give it to us. This RNG chance of not getting any coal on the farm, also kind of funny, TBH.
Yeah, so I guess
just need one.
While we're hunting there, I think that was a coal pop-up, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. Because we, as you can see, we have 4 iron bars. We have 2 copper bars. Which means that oh no, there's a copper bar in the furnace. I was like, which means I really don't know how to do math, but we're fine. Chat, we're great.
Hey, chat, we're great.
Chat, we're doing amazing, actually.
Chat, what's important here is that we're great. God, there's so many. I love these post like mainline event streams where folks are chilling. There's so much going on. And I love all of you. Stardew and Dark Souls did not come out on the same day, so it's not quite as like the synchronicity is not as high as Animal Crossing plus Doom. However, just the community crossover when you wouldn't expect it is beautiful.
This says harvest. Okay, so we are going to throw our spring seeds in here, as well as our extra green beans, because we do have 1 green bean in storage. We have an extra daffodil, so we'll throw that also in there. And then what else do we need to do here? That's going to give us enough money for our shopping that we need to do tomorrow. And then we should be good to exchange this for this. And again, since we forgot one of our waters, all of this stuff is getting shifted one day. So technically, I should have sold all of my strawberries on yesterday, but since I didn't get my strawberries, that's fine. There is not strawberries here. It's fine. Chat, we're great. We got jump scared by Willy. I read my mail earlier. We have so let me explain jump scared by Willy. Another change in 1.6 is that if you get your fishing rod and then you don't fish for an entire season, Willy is like, hey, are you good? Like, do you know how to fish? It doesn't seem like you do. Maybe it's too difficult for you. The fishing minigame in Stardew Valley is a trap, and is like way too difficult for like what it should be. TBH. We're checking on Flint. Flint is safe. We have protected Flint. But yeah, so then Willy basically is like, I will give you this training rod, and the training rod makes it easier to catch fish and also gives you like a smaller pool of fish that you can do. So we're gonna go to the cart and we're gonna buy a carp. I don't know why we're buying a carp on account of the fact that carp are fairly easy to catch, but it is only 200, so that's kind of nice. And then we are going to get the sunfish in the forest river. So we're going to use this training rod that Willy just gave us that reduces, again, like the fish catch pool, because it is our training rod. And we're going to look for a sunfish, because it is notably sunny.
I'm seeing conflicting opinions in the chat about how good or not the fishing minigame is. I will say, from my, as Jess so kindly pointed out, 2-ish hours of Stardew, I did not get it. But watching actual runners, like, nail it consistently is kind of a thing of beauty.
That looks like it could be a sunfish. Yep. Every single fish has a pattern. And then we did the wizard earlier, if you recall, because I didn't know what bundles we had. So I don't need to go to the wizard. I actually can just leave. But every single fish has a unique pattern to it that you can actually use to identify what fish you are catching with some bit of certainty. So there's also basically like a Stardew Valley fishing Wordle as well. Remember when Wordle clones were like the thing?
Oh yeah.
There's one where you can guess all of the different all of our different fish. Do I have that daffodil still? I have a daffodil.
I also do want to flag, are we about to change the seasons here?
I am about to change the seasons, I think. I do want to do a couple of, like, selling things, but then are we going to take a break and take care of our hands?
That is you read my mind. So for folks joining Hotfix for the first time, again, welcome. We're so glad to have you. We are live right now on GDQ Hotfix every hour or so. We take a break so that we can rest, so that our runners can stretch their hands. It's 2026. This is the year we take care of our hands, gamers. But also, we do it so that we can run ads on the Twitch channel that supports all of our year-round programming here on GDQ Hotfix. Those folks that have been coming in with subs and bits over the course of the replay also goes a long way in supporting us in being able to put on these showcases day in and day out while we are in between charity events. It does mean so much. If you're not able to subscribe to the channel, that's okay. Tell a friend. Hope you like the vibes here, and it does mean so much just to be able to share this stuff with you. But so once Jess has finished their menuing and arranging final bundles here, when we go into the next season, we are going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll be back with more Stardew Valley.
You did that so cleanly, and I'm fighting for my life to menu right now.
Hey, you know, that's okay. We'll pretend, we'll mentally, like, cut and paste so that it lines up perfectly with the moment you, sleep at the end of this day.
Perfect. Yeah, so I've turned in everything that we could. I did pick up my 3 strawberries again, which, I'm uncertain about. the strawberries have changed from strawberries 3 to strawberries 3 slots, which I'm assuming means that there should have been 3 different qualities of strawberries. Unsure. But yeah, so we are going to go ahead and again, I'm apologizing just a tad because I am going to do like a run and sell real quick, or like throw all this extra stuff in the bin just to be certain that we have enough money, and then I will go to bed and we will move on with our lives. Alright. Willy jump scare. Read the mail. Left side. Moral check on Flint. Cart for the carp. Wizard. Sunfish in the river. And we go to sleep.
Alright, and with that, we're going to go ahead and pause the timer. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We will be back momentarily with yet more Stardew Valley. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show that attempts to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. My name is Quacksilver, and we are continuing our post-GDQ live speedrun learning showcase. Here to continue Stardew Valley Community Center restoration, please welcome back to the stage, the Valiant Sun.
Hello, gamers. While we were gone, we did some more math, and we're still in danger, but it's fine, because again, our goal here is to play through a run and learn how to do things. So we're going to resume as soon as I exit out of this inventory in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so I have to do a bunch of buying and some more crop circles today. So we're going to do that first. I need to clear the map all the way down to about here. So I do need my axe as well as some other things to do that. And it's one of those days where the music doesn't come in.
Yeah, I never understood, like, what the decision-making was for Stardew in terms of whether or not music plays.
It sometimes just like, there's certain triggers, especially like summer. The big one is like leaving the farm, and especially on like day 1, it usually like won't pick up because like you, like the experience of, oh, I'm gonna go buy to Pierre, and you get the bum bum ba da ba da ba da. That's the sound summer makes.
Cool, you heard it here first. It's the song. Critics are calling it the song of the summer. I do love playing it Dark Souls style, always in danger.
So what we're going to be doing for this route is that sells for a good chunk of money for us, actually. We're going to be, I'm looking at the dock. Again, I believe the dock is pinned.
It seems to have gone out of the pins, but we can get it back there.
All right. So if you're playing along at home, we are planting in a very, very weird pattern for this, and the reason being that Stardew Valley has what are called like mega crops, big crops. And so that is what we are going to be accomplishing here with this plant pattern. It used to be that you had to put the water the middle part of it in order for it to grow, but with 1.6, it changed to the upper corner, which is great because that means you can put sprinklers and manipulate things a little bit easier. Okay, I am going to also, I should have done this before. Unless Zachary is in chat. Zachary, strawberry, how many do I need? Can I eat one? These are the questions that keep me up at night.
You see Blessed by Fish book.
Yes, Blessed by Fish book. I'm able to sell that. I need a little more money. I shouldn't need any strawberries. Perfect. Okay. So what we're going to do is eat these strawberries to assist with the fact that I used a lot of energy that I wasn't supposed to. And that's fine. A lot of these routes and things do assume that, like, frankly, you know what you're doing. And a lot of that comes with practice, like being able to just kind of offhandedly do like the crop circles without reference is something that didn't need to be plowed. That just needed to be put down. A lot of these just like you get it down with practice. And that's like what is arguably like the most important thing to do is like don't let yourself get discouraged because like, oh, like I should be at Pierre's already and I should already be buying. As long as it's not 5 p.m., I can kind of take a little more time for myself. The important things that I need to do is make sure that I get our giant crop patterns down. So that is what I am focusing on. If I can't plant the wheat on the first day, that's fine. We got a new shirt.
Also important.
Also important. So I'm gonna make sure that all of our giant crops get planted and everything that needs to get watered gets watered. I need to technically till like 6 more spots. Oh, I can make, again, in like game knowledge is a thing. I can make a field snack from my tree seeds. That gives me a lot of energy. Maybe not quite as much as we would like or need, but it is going to allow us to actually finish doing the important part here, which is getting down our giant crop patterns. So make sure that's watered. And this looks in the correct... Is this the correct spot? Yes. Relative positioning is a skill that I do not have. And again, looking at our energy levels, I ideally should be also planting wheat. I do not have the energy to plant the wheat, so I'm going to make sure that I plant everything else, and we can plant the wheat later. And that's okay. Again, like, this is something that, like, it sucks in the moment. Like, I would love to be doing better, but it's not something that you should let yourself get down about, because we're having fun, first and foremost. Speedrunning is about having fun. I see that we're talking about animation canceling.
Exactly my segue. Well, we are temporarily out of the thick of things. Do you want to give a primer on animation canceling for the folks that are just joining us after the break?
Yeah, so I'm using an ability called animation canceling. I'm going to sell the speed grow. I thought that sold for more. Anyways, the important thing again is making sure that we have enough melons. I will answer that question as soon as I have the important things down, which is we can tomato, blueberry, spangle, a corn. Okay, so I cannot afford a sunflower or wheat, so we will come back for those later. I probably should have came back for the corn later, because corn is multi-seasonal, but that is fine. 45. Okay, so I have a tomato, a blueberry, 45 melons, spangle, need the sunflower, need 20 wheat eventually.
It also is a little bit cosmically hilarious that you, the valiant son, chose to eschew the sunflower here.
So here's the thing is actually I was going to buy the sunflower, but I was going to buy it from Joja, if you've ever played Stardew Valley, you know that Joja Mart is evil. However, the thing that is worth noting, most notably for it, that is kind of the important part of it all, is that for some reason sunflowers are cheaper, and are the only thing cheaper at Joja Mart. Okay. Comparing some of the pictures here. I don't know where we plant some of these other crops, actually. We shuffle the sprinklers later for these crops. Okay, I understand. So I should have bought the wheat, is the thing. But that is fine. What can I do to make some money real quick?
Would selling the book get you there, or do you need that book?
Selling the book! We'll come back out tomorrow.
Let the record show, if this fixes the run, I'm exempt from speedrunning Stardew myself for another 6 months. It's like a Groundhog Day situation.
Thank you to Zachary20XX, who is in the route and just highlighted plant the blueberry 3 times for me.
Legally, this is now a co-op run.
Legally, this is a co-op run.
How about 3 months instead of 6 months? All right, Ray, I see how it is. No, I mean, genuinely, I also feel like this past AGDQ, and folks who have been watching the replay so far this week can probably vouch, this has been like the AGDQ of the showcase where stuff happens to the run, but it's okay because the run is better for it. Like, obviously, Trucks is the headline example of this, but like Bill Nye the Science Guy from this, what else? Star Wars Battlefront, banger run, had some real stuff happen right at the end. Sometimes in marathon performance, it's about putting on a good show.
It is.
FFX Fire Alarm, very true.
True.
Pokemon Fire Alarm, also.
In the weirdest way, I was really excited to be on tech during the FFX Fire Alarm, because I got to press the panic button, which anyone who's ever done stream tech, there's a big button, and it's like, do not press this button unless you are explicitly told. And my producer turned and looked at me as the fire alarm went off and was like, yeah, press it.
That is also very true. Literally all of Pokemon, finale Pokemon was just... shoutouts to 8F being like, we're gonna be here for a while.
Okay, so I have locked myself into waking up every day and watering that blueberry.
It's nice to have hobbies.
It's nice to have hobbies. We needed the sunflower and wheat, correct?
Yes,
that's what I said.
That's what you left from the last buy.
So we're gonna sell some of this extra stuff. We'll buy the sunflower from... Do I have any completed here? No. We'll buy the sunflower from Joja. It will be our only Joja purchase because it is cheaper to get the sunflower from there. Do those newly planted seeds need to be watered? Yes, I will be watering them. Thank you very much. Chat, you're my best friend during this run.
It's so important that you understand that we're great.
We're having a great time.
That is a real... I also feel like that, like, this past GDQ is just good for that, like, chat contributing to the runs. I remember people, yelling up from the audience at 8F during Pokemon Emerald. With strats as well. Also, the, like, fun fact about sunflower seeds is very cool, and is that why you're named the Valiant Son?
Sorry, can you... Did you say buying sunflower... Like, am I named the Valiant Son because sunflowers are cheaper at Joja Mart?
Yes, because of the fun fact that is, and I'm standing on it. No regrets.
Alright. Yeah, so you saw I bought the sunflower seed for 125 at Pierre's. It's 200 at, or like 200 here and 125 at Joja. There is a line of dialogue. If you talk to Pierre, he says that sunflower seeds are cheaper at Joja because they're not as good. Which is not true. There's no difference between buying the seeds at one location versus the other. And again, we need to make sure that we water all our plants, and we are waking up every single day to water our blueberry.
Chat, what are we naming the blueberry? Wait, no.
Yeah, what are we? We can name the blueberry too. I don't see why not. All right, we are watering all the crops around the sprinkler. Because friendly citizen in chat reminded me. We'll water all the wheat too, why not?
Okay, I know there's a little bit of like stream delay, and so Cope in chat was not an actual name for the blueberry, but I think naming the blueberry Cope is kind of
Here's the thing, I 100% think that underscore is suggesting the word cope for the blueberry.
Okay, perfect. Maybe, I don't know, it was close on the stream delay. I looked over and Cope was there as I was saying it, but it is also crushing the poll, so thank you, chat.
Alright, so every day we go and say hi to the blueberry. That
blueberry's gonna be harvested by the time it's named, and you know what? I'm okay with that.
Blueberries do take a little bit time to grow, so we might actually be in for a treat here. I'm looking at this note that says shuffle sprinklers, and I'm just trying to figure out what that means. I can go to bed because it's raining.
I also do see speed grow in the notes. Did you sell that?
I did sell the speed grow. I'm pretty sure I verified in the route that the speed grow wasn't necessary. Okay, great news, chat. Zachary has edited the route notes to answer my question that says what shuffle sprinklers mean.
It's beautiful and perfect.
I didn't need to water the wheat because we should have enough waters that it will get watered, but I was down there hanging out with the blueberries, so I thought, why not?
That blueberry, given the current results of the poll, it would take an incredibly concerted effort for the blueberry to not be named Cope. So I think
which is what I'm doing as I'm watering this wheat anyway.
we can sort of presume, I think, in this case.
This is Kobe.
I'll let chat decide ultimately. No, it's just Cope now.
Have you tried using Control F on the dock to make sure specific items are not there? I have, actually. That's why I sold the speed grow. No! Okay. Okay, so... Okay, we're counting real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So the radius of a scarecrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm scared about this scarecrow. So, scarecrows have an 8-tile radius around them to protect. I do need that wheat. So I guess we'll go buy another one real quick.
Say, do we have the days to replant?
We do have the day. Wheat can also be planted in other seed, like in fall as well. I am going to get it today. Eat the wheat. Oh, I can actually harvest the rest of the wheat. True. That won't help, I don't think, because of the scarecrow radius. But I can I think keeping it there is probably a good thing, just to ensure that, yeah, banging on the door, Pierre, open up. Keeping them there does mean that the random RNG checks, should be, like, hopefully it is, like, the crows get to the wheat first. Where would this I'm like staring at this route. If anyone has this route open and can go into the Stardew Valley planner, there's one online, figure out where I put the scarecrow so that it covers everything, that would be great. And then describe it to me.
It looked like it covered. I don't know, when you walked out the tiles, hi, not a Stardew Valley speedrunner, or a planner, but it looked like when you walked out the 8-tile
yeah, but so
covered.
It's an 8-tile circle.
Oh.
So I think, like, just that one wheat ends up, like, maybe not being where it should. Great news, Cope the Blueberry is real now.
GG,
yeah.
Chat.
So 1, 2... Yeah, I think we should be fine.
I love when circles in square tile-based games.
I love when circles.
Cool.
Yeah, put scarecrow center-ish as the note, and we do have circle-ish. We're gonna go harvest our boy.
07's in the chat? Oh, no, wait.
Water the boy. The 14th will be when everything else comes up.
Gotcha. I'm sort of in and out of. I'm multi-tab drifting between the route doc and chat, as I am sure you are as well.
I thought the 8-tile radius was like the 8 tiles next to the scarecrow. Yeah, no, it is like slightly larger than that.
God, that would be brutal. That crow is showing off her GDQ cat. All right, while we're backing up Cope here, I have an unfortunate theory that I'd like to pitch. Chat, we've gotten to know each other pretty well over the past 90 minutes of Stardew gameplay, and I'd like to share a theory of mine with yours. Hey, nice giant crops.
Thank you. So we're gonna harvest Cope. We are keeping all the blueberries. Maybe make a bonus scarecrow, IDK. We are not harvesting the wheat, but we are harvesting every other item. Do not eat the summer. Do not the bangle.
Hey Jess, don't eat the CC materials, please.
I will try my best. I am gonna keep this. Okay, so our corn's not harvested yet, and we leave the wheat. Okay, so in order to harvest these giant crops, which we do have, thank you very much, giant crop, we need our axe, and we're gonna chop it down. Yay.
Incredible.
And this gets us a lot of money because we can get these random appearances here. The good news is, so I'm going to pause for a moment, and we have a note that says shuffle sprinklers. We're going to shuffle most of the sprinklers, but we are, like, where they're supposed to go. One of them is going to go not where it's supposed to go yet. It's going to harvest Cope for us. Honestly... Oh no, we do need to shuffle the rest of these, so... move this. This one goes here, because we're doing more giant crops. This one goes here. Dumping everything in the... I didn't plant our sunflower. That's fine.
No, you picked up an additional sunflower seed when you
yes, because sunflowers rotate. Yes. Okay. Hey, great news. I play this video game.
And are playing it right now, indeed.
And I'm playing it right now. So again, we want to have our giant crops. So I'm actually going to do all this as necessary. If I have the energy, I will untill some of these.
That's just to make the picture easier to see, or...
Make the picture easier to see and then ensure that I don't accidentally plant somewhere I'm not supposed to, because then I, like, reset the day, as it were.
Right.
Okay, our final sprinkler goes here. If I know how relative positioning works. Again, unsure.
Because in Stardew, nothing saves until you actually end the day. See, I do pay attention when you explain this run to me. One day I'll even speedrun it.
I'm so excited for the day that we get a Quack S liver speedrun of Stardew Valley. You do have technically a leaderboard time.
I did. Okay, before we post through it, is the seed what guarantees the giant crops here? I believe that's yes.
Yes, it is. Okay, so this needs to be watered here. These 3 need to be watered there, and then I need to till around this spot and water again that one. We will be once again coming out, and I might actually buy another corn. Let's figure out what's going on here. So I'm keeping all my blueberries, which is just the 3 of them. This scarecrow should be sufficient now. CC turn in.
Oh, nice, another day of deposits. We'll check in on the community center progress.
We'll check in. I could probably take this with me. Blueberries are going in. These are going in. Anything else going in with me? I don't think so. These are all coming with us.
3 cope. Count them, 3.
3 cope. So we have all the things that we need here. We're going to go to the CC turn in.
Nice. While we CC, nice. While we CC turn in, returning briefly to the evil crow. Chad, yes. I have a theory. We've gotten to know each other pretty well over the last 90 minutes of Stardew Valley. I think that speedrunners are just like culturally engineered to detest birds. The worst enemy in every video game is always a bird, and frankly, I'm not here for that. I think Quacksilver, I'm here to speak on behalf of the birds. I think we need to rehabilitate the image of birds to speedrunners. Because you all can name terrible, horrible birds in a video game, and I don't know where we went so wrong as a community.
I'm verifying because I believe the children's bundle is the one. There we go. There's our other blueberry that we needed. And then we can put the cookies in. And I don't think I need the rest of the blueberries. Or another blueberry. I just needed the 2 of them. CC turn in. Make sprinkler voice grab sprinklers. Go to George's trash and we'll see if we get a quartz. Perfect. What do we need the quartz for?
You also did get a bunch of quartz from your secret bonus mine time.
True.
It's just
Move
that
Scarecrow, one left of shown. Okay. We are gonna move the, we're going to sell all our melons. I have to lock in. Sell all the melons.
Alright, lock in.
Buy. Bulk buy was also introduced, and it's very, very useful as long as you don't, like, just completely boof it. Apple sapling. Okay, 45 melon seeds, apple sapling, and we want to upgrade our backpack. Yay, we can carry more things now.
Nice.
I do not have my hoe because I was not paying attention, but in the bus stop will be a squash seed, so we will pick that up as well.
Gotta quickly double back for that. I do have
guy.
shouted maybe the funniest message in chat tonight, and it's there've been a lot, but birds are the worst, quote, because gamers don't look up, so birds are scary and unknown.
Yeah. I mean, we're not wrong here. Okay, so I got our squash seeds.
Nice.
We can plant those because we do need those because we remix the community center. I'm also, once again, like, I'm a little scared to sell this blueberry, so we're just going to keep it because we
Cope
can.
is now our emotional support blueberry.
Cope is our emotional support blueberry. And we got the rest of these summer seeds, so I can plant this apple tree. It's just going to go up here. This is usually where we put things for community center because things are less likely to spawn. And I should have gotten Demetrius jump scared when I came back here, and I did not. Which means that we've not made enough money for him to jump scare us.
Cope for personal use only. Oh.
These down here. And then I need to move our scarecrow to be one left of shown, which is here. Okay. Now...
should you harvest the wheat? Because if you lost some previously, you've just moved it farther away from the wheat.
That, I think we're fine. Just fill in around sprinklers for non-melons. We did that. What I'm going to do real quick is we're going to go to the community center, because if you recall, we did turn in a sweet pea. So we're going to go back to the community center, turn these in, and it'll get us a bunch of summer seeds, and we can sell those as well to Pierre, and that'll get us a little bit more money. Again, seasonal seeds are our friends in this trying time.
I also did see from Zachary specifically, you might have just entered the farm again too late and check tomorrow.
Okay,
Demetrius.
Cool. I'm so good at stepping back outside when I'm not supposed to. See Cope the blueberry.
Hey, look, we want to experience the wonders of our grandpa's farm.
You may also notice that I am running through these cutscenes. That is because we were at one point in time, I was explaining animation canceling. So animation canceling was introduced in the game actually to fix an issue where basically you could get stuck in the fishing like animation, and it made a really loud noise and it was annoying. And so CA hard-coded in the ability to reset your farmer to the default position. And we call it animation canceling because you are then able to, like, here's the animations normally, but they execute somewhere in the middle. So you can actually press right shift R and delete at the same time. That cancels, or like basically resets your farmer to default. But because of the fact that we are, like, the action executes like halfway here, then we're able to basically do like twice as many animations as otherwise expected, which is neat. We will, actually, wait, I have this extra sprinkler. We do not need to come down here to water our corn. Our corn, I will still come down and water Cope the blueberry because, I don't know. I'm committed to it at this
That's our
point.
emotional support blueberry. Chat was also asking after Flint, but I assume Flint is fine.
Oh, we will go check Flint at the end of the season. Okay, here's our Demetrius. We'll go check on Flint after this.
Which one would you prefer, mushrooms or bats?
Cave. So we are doing bats. So the fruit bats bring in fruit. The way that I did that was I searched in the route document for the word cave.
That's pure game knowledge right there.
That's pure game knowledge, baby. Okay. I scrolled down to my doc. The doc now says bats. Again, we are sort of like shitposting a little bit, but this is honestly like a huge thank you to Zachary for like no questions asked, me being like, hey, can you give me a route? And then just sending me a route and letting me do this. Honestly, this route is awesome and amazing. And a lot of time is put into like things like this. And again, like once you kind of know the game, it's easy to kind of make some fun little shorthands and like know what is sort of expected of us. There's some wood near Flint. So we're gonna
clear path for Flint.
We're gonna save him from that.
For those of you just joining us, Flint is our emotional support rock and also a surprise tool that will help us later. I also do want to say, first of all, yes, 100% echo. Huge shout outs to Zachary20XX for letting us pull this absolute nonsense showcase. The route doc, which we are referring to, is pinned in the Twitch chat, so follow along and see the live edits as Zachary attempts to steer us here.
Zachary attempts to help me and save me specifically.
But also, obviously, a lot of this is aimed at like, hey, if you're getting into speedrunning, just, do a thing, pick a game you like, run it. But also, truly, if you can find just one other person to bounce your terrible, horrible ideas off of, and to, like, go back and forth on what might be faster, what might be more interesting, what categories are good to run, nice green rain, it makes the act of, like, early speedrunning so much more fun, and ultimately speedrunning's about the people you do it with. It sounds cheesy beyond measure, but it's also true.
I would like to personally apologize to a person in chat whose name is Flint, who's been jump scared every time we go check on the rock, apparently. I am so sorry.
Chat voted on this, but I do feel a little bad.
All right, we got some money in the mail. We are going in here to get some of these extra forageables. We did already turn it in. You may notice as well that there are more trees in here than there should be. We had a green rain, which is a new weather phenomenon that was introduced in 1.6. And so that basically causes a bunch of things to grow, a bunch of like new things. Definitely play through the game, as well as go and try and attempt to talk to all the villagers on the day of green rain. It's pretty neat. I am taking some of these things with us because we are going to go down to the cart. There's my corn.
Nice. GG corn.
Water. GG corn. I don't know if I watered our again, do we need to be watering the blueberries still? No. But I've decided to commit to it, and it's important to commit to your bits.
RNG minute, baby!
So we're going down to the traveling cart now. We're gonna buy a largemouth bass, because apparently, we don't want to fish at all here. And we're also gonna buy a rare seed. I noticed that Zachary removed the fez from the routing dog. And I think it's because I messed up money so much that Zachary's just like, please stop. This is a good video game.
This is an excellent speedrun. No, the fez
Alright.
is just later. Hold
Okay.
everyone.
Okay, the fez is okay, cool. So actually I'm gonna keep this on me. I'm gonna grab all the tools that I need. I realized that we upgraded our backpack size, so actually I don't really need to be inventorying as much, but we're going to anyways. The fez is the most important part. We're getting a lot of rain here, which does mean that when we emotionally support watering the wheat, that was not necessary. And again, do I need to be watering Cope the blueberry anymore? No. Are we? Yes.
And it's correct. You know, every speedrun community has their things that are not strictly bleeding edge optimal, but are the morally correct choice. You know, we pet the dog, we do the swag strat that loses 0.2. In today's speedrun, we water Cope the blueberry, darn it.
There is Mr. Key and his little biplane. Mystery boxes are now available. I don't think that's going to be necessary for us, but that is another thing that was added in 1.6.
Do you want to know something really fun about biplanes?
Yes.
Biplanes, fun fact, they're a lot like pan planes, but the distinction matters to some people, and I think that's beautiful. I'll go. My car's here. I'll leave. That's fine.
I need the chat to know that Quack made this joke in the green room as well and rehearsed it for this exact moment.
Yes, I can't believe you blow up my spot like this.
All right, this joke was my fault. Ray, no. We're blaming Quack for it. We're blaming Quack. All right.
The hyper headbang emote.
We are going down to once again check on our dear friend Flint, as well as go to the traveling cart again today. So Flint looks safe. We're gonna like preemptively hit some of these. I'm pretty sure that those can't hurt Flint, but we're going to do it anyways. And again, safety money, picking up these things. We will need a common mushroom at some point. And so getting it in summer is a lot easier than getting it in the fall.
I do have to shout out, maybe this entire run is scripted. I love the idea of seeded run means all the jokes are written in advance.
That is actually the only thing you can control in a Stardew Valley speedrun.
You can, in fact, seed your bits. Like, the jokes, no RNG can take that away from you.
Hey Zachary, I have a question for you. Is that we bought this periwinkle for 600, and I'm pretty sure there was a lobster on one of my other days for less. We might be changing. We might be doing things. Yeah, algae soup. But we need this periwinkle to finish our crab pop bundle. Okay, so we harvested the summer squash. I'm gonna throw all this in there. And we're good, right? We're good. Checking the chest again. Okay, I have my summer squash. We're just gonna throw all this in there.
We're
now,
good?
I'm really...
The progress has been saved, we believe.
Yeah, I'm really anxious because we're trusting Zachary here. Because it says harvest melons tomorrow. So that means these should become giant tomorrow. And we'll find out.
Moment of truth.
Moment of truth. I have never doubted Zachary 20XX in my life. Let's go. Big melon. grabbing all of our wheat. We're hoping for 10 of each style. I don't know if style's really the correct word. Okay. Some of those melons did not become giant melons. And I'm a little bit concerned, but it's fine. We are fine. We are good. We are in our lane and we are thriving.
I do feel obligated to respond so like this could have been a show where we have Zachary on comms. Now that is technically
true.
Correct. However, please consider that it's the day after GDQ. We both returned to our homes today. And if we had thought that far ahead, things would be different.
I would be doing something so much better. Alright, so again, we're setting up for some... That row of 3 was shifted over once. It's alright, we're backing up money. We have an 8,000 extra gold in the route because we're not buying the Fez.
07's in chat for the Fez. Sacrificed in order to make the route work.
Okay. So again, I am looking at reference points on the ground to figure out like where some of these things should be planted. As my reference points. The route is pinned in case you want to be following along and yell at me when I mess up. So one of those goes there, one of those goes there, and one of those goes here.
Yeah, I don't know who it was, but if you're the person who yelled at 8F to get Quick Claw during finale this last event, your services are once again welcome.
Alrighty. And again, like, ideally we would finish this before 9 a.m. Everything would be fine. But that's just the way that it is. We are again watering the first spot. That is because only the first little corner bit needs to be watered. We are moving our scarecrow appropriately. He's going to go right here. He will now protect everything with his life. Okay, above top right sprinkler. And this is where we're going to put our rare seed. And then I am pausing for a moment. We're making a chest to put CC items in. Which is going to be 10 of these. 10 of these. Those get sold. That could go in. That can go in. I'm dumping everything else. Okay. So I like to take this and pause for a moment just to like hover over, figure out what we need. I don't know why we need the quartz. We do need we do need moss, we do need acorns. We need a corn, we need a summer squash, we need this. We need one of you. So all of these go in, those can come out. And then
this would be the menu side of the menu.
This is the menu side of the thing. So we're going to go to the mountain in the town, and then we're going to go to Pierre's and sell. If we did everything correct, again, I'm going to take this quartz and put it in here because I might need it. Everything else I have in duplicate in our other chest, so we can sell all of these things. And I verified, these 10 extra blueberries are going to save our life. I cannot sell hay to Pierre. Dun 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 dun. Okay.
Critics are saying it's the song of the fall.
It's the song of the fall. Yeah, we are now going. Zachary is now putting in cope sections of this route, and I appreciate it.
We're live changing the meta. We are now officially on the cope route. Good question in the chat. What is the process like of finding a good seed for this, and also like generally practice tools in Stardew? I know you are not a big like glitched runner yourself, although you are a spreadsheet enjoyer. Have you ever messed around with like seed hunting, Jess?
Yeah, so for 1.5 we actually had some really cool scripts for Python, which is my code of choice. I don't think we have adapted those yet to... I realized I forgot my hoe, and that's where we're going back for right now. But we do have some scripts where you're able to actually like search the seed space, which is obviously like extremely useful generally, as well. So I've actually done some seeded seed finding before, which is neat. Okay, so we are selling all these things. I'm keeping that acorn because we do need that later. And I'm once again just like panic hovering because what if I messed up? So we're buying the eggplant first, our amaranth, and then we are buying eggplant, amaranth, 900 or 99 pumpkin. We bought 100 pumpkin. Cool.
Will this break the route? No, it's okay. We have the Fez backup.
We have the Fez backup. Great news. But yeah, like I actually have expanded a lot of my coding knowledge via like learning how to script things specifically for Stardew Valley seed finding. So I have found like some alternate seeds for things, especially for like 1.5. But I've not really done a whole lot with the addition of 1.6. Again, that's why we're kind of like doing the things that we're doing, I guess, as it were, is that I've not played on 1.6 a whole lot, so I'm trying to like emulate. And that's the kind of, we're hanging out after GDQ. We're feeling inspired to speedrun. This is a game I feel comfortable with, so like let's just try it out, figure it out, have a lot of fun. Yeah, and I think we're having fun.
I'm having a great time. I hope chat agrees. This has been a spectacular display of steering, and I love seeing Cassie up and about and trudging behind your farmhouse there.
She's really good at her job. And her job is being cute cat. Alright, so once again, we are going to be doing things for giant crops. You're making sure that these are in the right spots. Yep. And that the top corner one is watered, just in case. So we overbought the pumpkin seeds so that we can always come back for those later. I'm going here because that moss needs to get in there, and this acorn needs to be in there as well. And we are putting that in, and we also need to plant this broccoli. So we're gonna put one here and one here. And I'm just gonna water all of our extra pieces as well, just in case. And then once again, right, we're pausing the game because game time doesn't move when we're paused, and we're just making sure we made our CC chest. We got the broccoli, we got our blackberry, we sold to Pierre, and then we bought eggplant, amaranth, and 99 pumpkins. We planted the rare seed, so that means we are safe to go to bed. All of our sprinklers are in place, so we actually do not need to find Cope our blueberry. We actually just get to sleep until the 6th so that we can get our hazelnut and our plum from the bus station. We have a question in chat, and that is a good point because we actually haven't like restated the sort of RNG manipulation or like the giant crop manipulation that we have here. So giant crops used to be that the middle crop needed to be watered in order for the giant crop to occur, but now it is actually just the top left. So that is why we have the sprinkler set up, and it's really nice for speed running specifically that this is the case. This is optimal. You change the chest to yellow because that's the CC color.
Is that okay? Now, when you say like that, you mean the physical building, the community center is that color. It's not like this is a like, oh well, when I was a kid, the science notebook was purple.
No.
Okay.
Here's the thing. It's that I have color coded things in my mind, and the CC chest is yellow,
Okay,
and everyone else
back.
does it now.
What can we say? They're a trendsetter.
All right. On this day, we are buying a star fruit, and we are buying a green tea. Red Fez as a treat. You should have extra money.
All right, we've committed.
We've did it.
We've committed. If the money goes wrong, if we have to mercy kill this run because we're 8,000 gold short, we're all gonna point.
We're all gonna have a good time about it. Actually,
we're all gonna point at Zachary 20XX and be like, "Hey, we're great." The route said we had the money. Exactly.
The route said we had the money. So once again, putting things that need to go in the CC in our CC chest. Just now, typically, again, like optimally, and this like hurts me just a little bit because I am very much like, usually, like, please actually watch any of my actual speedruns of this game. Because I pride myself in my ability to menus. But I am, I guess, like in a lot of this trying to show like, oh, like, you know, ideally you aren't doing these extra menus. Ideally you're doing inventory management without having to pause, because every time you open your inventory, it pauses the in-game time, and we need these extra things. And all of that is happening. And that's all the things that happen, again, optimally. But when you're just starting out, that's not what's going to happen. And while you're just learning, that's just like, it's not gonna happen. And that's okay. Like, figure out what you're doing and take the time to make sure that you're doing it right. Because the hardest thing to do is teach yourself how to do something correctly if you've taught yourself how to do it wrong first. We need
Say it
juice,
again, 100%.
Juice and the wood skip.
And so obviously you mentioned giant crop manip as being one of the things that is controllable by the seed. But I presume the major reason for having this...
Sorry. 1 sec. Hello? Hello?
Blessings.
Purple mushrooms?
Blessings after the AGDQ run?
Okay, so if we weren't... Great news. If we weren't good on money because we bought the Fez, we're fine now. I'm pretty sure we just made up the cost of buying the Fez.
That rules.
Anyways, what was your question? You were asking something important. I got excited about mushroom.
If I had a nickel. the seeded part of this, because as we talked about earlier, you know, saying a Stardew run is seeded is only like half the battle. There's a lot of RNG that you can't necessarily accommodate for, but I assume a major component of seeding the run is to make sure that the cart has everything we want when we want it.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that is able to stay consistent is like giant crops, Hey, Zachary, some of these didn't go giant. Is that okay? Why not giant women? You're so right. Okay.
Shoutouts to the Split Fiction run.
Shoutouts to the Split Fiction run.
If you've been avidly following the replay of GDQ 2026, you have probably already seen the Split Fiction run. Yeah, because when we picked up with Hotfix today, we were at Sonic Adventure, which means you've now had 2 whole opportunities to see Split Fiction, but it's also, the VODs are up on YouTube.
That's true. All right, so we have a note from Zachary, and apparently that speed grow that I did sell was important. So we will be buying some more today. And again, this is okay. I need to put one of these in here. I need to put this in here, this in here. We'll put one of the pumpkins in there. Everything else, I have that. We're gonna go buy some speed grow on today of days.
I support this. Good time to hand water the pumpkins. These are Cope's children.
Well, so
Steve and Reroute.
Unfortunately, hand watering the pumpkins isn't going to work on account of the fact that they need to just grow faster is the issue there.
Is that what speed grow does? Yo. While we're sitting here waiting for Pierre to finally open up, I do see in the chat, grats to GDQ for getting to 1 million subs on YouTube. And yeah, that happened. We started co-streaming to YouTube this event and got to 1 million subs. Surely this means 2 million for the next event, right? Smile. But actually, if you're watching this on the future in YouTube, hey, thanks. Hey, thanks, you're cool.
All right. So we're gonna buy some speed grow. We're gonna fix some of our issues. The good news is that we do, I think, have a good chunk of money now. Some of the stuff that we might have to panic a little bit later, but that's fine. That's fine. Again, sometimes the routes don't go the way that you want, and it's good to play them out. And if it ends up being that you can't finish, that is also actually okay and would be kind of fitting, TBH.
It is the balance we strike between wanting to get the genuine new run experience and also having, you know, a show with a timer and stuff.
I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I am also here to ask if the end of today would be an okay time to take our second break.
Yes, we actually get to go say hi to Flint.
Perfect. We'll go say hi to Flint.
Okay, I don't see any other things, so I think this is what our... Okay, we're going to buy those all back. Bless CA for adding the ability to buy things back while you're still stuck in that menu in case you accidentally sell them. So we're going to go to the traveling cart. We're going to buy a walleye. Walleye is not really a necessary buy. It's just an obnoxious sort of thing to get because walleyes are a rainy day fish. So they're just kind of annoying to get. So we are just going to go buy that walleye. Just in case. And then we will get our frozen geode that we need.
Chat's already experiencing the 5 stages of grief.
No.
If the actual user named Flint is still in the chat, I'd like to formally apologize on behalf of Make Your Own Victory.
All right, we got our walleye. Yeah, we're gonna go. We're just gonna say hi to Flint. We're just gonna
pickaxe selected.
It's fine.
07s.
07's in chat for Flint. So that rock on this day in this specific location gets us a frozen geode. We went into the mines earlier. That was actually not necessary at all for the route because we were guaranteed that a frozen geode would be there as long as there was a rock there. So Flint has done his due diligence. We appreciate Flint immensely for all the hard work. I am clearing out the fruit cave a bit. The great news is there's a pomegranate in here. So we do not have to safety back up that, which is extremely useful for us. We do need that for the route. So that will go again in my CC chest for safety.
All right, and once you
sorry, we are almost there. Yeah.
Cool.
I just realized that all of this extra stuff can come back out, and I need to move my sprinklers. Actually, I think if we do want to take our break, we can do the lock-in, plant all the things when we come back from break, if you would like.
Sounds good. Let's do that. We'll go ahead and pause the timer right now then while Jess hovers in the menu. And friends, we are going to take our second, as another hour has passed. It doesn't feel like it. We are going to take our second 5-minute break real quick. If you're still watching, thank you so much. Get up, stretch, drink some water, pet a small animal near you if that is an option available to you. And when we come back, the thrilling conclusion of Community Center Restoration. I'll see you there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show, where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. We are making excellent time and even more excellent vibes on our route learning post-GDQ cooldown stream here with Community Center Restoration, and here for the thrilling conclusion, please welcome back the Valiant Son.
Thrilling conclusion requires me to complete this run.
I believe.
I did realize that what I want to do actually is, I believe the purple mushroom is needed for 2 bundles as well as the red mushroom is needed for 2 bundles. So I'm going to throw those in now into my inventory, as well as some of these other things that are needed. I eventually need salmon berries. I have one of those in storage already. I've got 2 of those already. So these are extra things that, they're surprise tools that will help us later. And in that, I mean, just in case we need some money things. So as we said, we've been doing some giant crop manipulation. One of the big things that we were missing. I can bin all these things. I trust myself to have read correctly.
We need to finish this run for Flint, so true.
I need to finish this run. We need to finish this run for Flint. So we have a lot of these sprinklers that did not make giant crops, and that's because I'm silly. So giant crops are something that are very important and useful for us. I am going to put that down there because that should be there, and then I got really scared for a moment because I was like, I swore I put this in the right spot. I did. Or did I not?
So are we resetting up a full layout here, or what's the steer?
The steer is essentially that we have some giant crops that need to be made, and I might have put this crop here can't move, so we may be cope watering because I'm pretty sure this one is in the correct spot, because this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Water here. So then these go here. And then this actually should be here. 3, 4. So these should be on top of each other. Which means what I'm going to do is extremely carefully pick up the sprinkler. And we're going to move this here. But because it is way more important for that ancient seed to grow than anything else, we need to water this pumpkin seed right here. It's very important that we water that later. Some of these other ones.
Top left one?
Yes, this one right here.
Great. Chat, you'll help me remember. You'll help me help Jess remember.
This is going to go here-ish. And then we have some more pumpkins that need to go down here. As well as our other sprinkler is somewhere. Where's our other sprinkler? Here you are. So again, we're wanting to make sure that our patterns are correct. So taking the extra time to make sure that you are in the right location and that your sprinklers are placed correctly. Wait. I'm a genius. We don't need to water that anymore. That waters both of them.
Chat, I take it back.
I know how sprinklers work. Cool. Anyways, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. The great news is that we can probably sell back some of these pumpkin seeds that, like, didn't work out for us. I might actually just water some manually. We might just come out and water these to recoup some of our money, since some of these did not grow. And then I need, once again, pausing to figure out where I am and what I'm doing with my life.
Whomst among us has
not paused the game. This is just so that I can see. I need one more piece of coal. I don't know if it's going to be, the game's going to be nice and give it to us. And I think more importantly, actually, so crows do come. They cannot take our crops until they have left the seed stage. So we will be planting them instead tomorrow. And once again, I have all the speed grow. We are putting down the speed grow on these ones that we just planted to ensure that they grow in time for the giant crop cycle. So that was something that we were missing before. And then what I'm doing here is just putting down some extra crops because we can. And also because
it's a little extra money.
It's a little extra money. We missed out on some money before. Again, we should be fine with the crows because they cannot take any of the seeds. So we'll go looking for another piece of coal. Today, so that we can make another scarecrow to protect the rest of our crops. He took the one that okay, so we are going to go out to Pierre's.
Brutal. It's always the birds.
It's always the birds. So that was really rude. Again, in order for the giant crops to occur, we have to have basically the plant all the way around. Or like all the same crops, but that crop doesn't have to be grown, which is why we only have the sprinkler in the one spot there. So that is why we are a little bit bummed about what just happened there. I think that's the scientific terms for it.
Technical speedrunning lingo. Y'all are getting
speedrunning lingo a
to the
little bit bummed.
Of speedrun jargon, a little bit bummed.
Again, some of these mushroom trees are also, mushroom trees are sort of seeded, but not really something that we can actually account for. So all these extra ones that I'm taking down are extra money, which is very nice for us, because again, we bought this nice hat, and messed up a little bit on some early routing because we misread the dock. And again, that's fine. You don't have to speedrun perfectly, in order to have fun with this game. So what we're going to do here is once again throw in all this extra stuff. I can take out some of these, and we're going to go to Pierre and sell. I could actually sell that extra sunflower seed. We're going to go to Pierre's. We're going to buy an extra. Before I go to Pierre's, we're going to craft the scarecrow so that I don't forget. Because I know myself. And apparently we already had a piece of coal, so this is all an unnecessary adventure. But that's fine. We're gonna put this scarecrow down here.
Note from your router, I think the bottom right spot isn't filling the whole 3x3 as well.
Bottom right spot.
Oh, it's the bottom right sprinkler.
Okay, so we need 2. Don't worry, gang. We need 2. We need 2 pumpkin seeds. Remember those 2 extra spots I tilled and planted 2 extra? Don't worry about it. So
it's
the farm
all
placement,
connected.
yeah, the farm placement is so specific because we're specifically trying to manipulate the crops to grow in a very specific pattern and also make the crops become giant. I actually don't want to sell my sap. We need 2 more of those to fix our problems. Speedwalk, one does not speedwalk in a speedrun. Exactly. I believe it was caught in time, because the only thing that matters is, again, that one of the ones that the crop fairy is going to make big is the one that counts. So all the other ones can just be seeds, and that is all right. So we are going down here, fixing that bottom corner. Thank you for catching that. And planting this one here. And we will be coming out again to water all of these extra ones, because again, as we said, we've made some errors, and that is okay.
Can you force giant crops? So yes, this is a seeded run, and that's one of the things we can force by knowing in advance the seeds. Seeds in Stardew are wacky, is the TLDR, but there are some things we can predict.
So I don't need to water the ones that are associated with the giant crops, but we can water the ones that are not. So we'll be doing that to get these ones grown. And we'll go to bed. This is recouping some of our issues. They won't grow in time. Don't worry about yeah. I promise you, these other ones that are around, it does not matter. They don't need to be fully grown in order for the giant crop manipulation to work. That is water that spot. These 3 spots.
I also do just while we're in the watering cycles here, I do just have to say, spare a brief thought, just the briefest thought, for the Stardew lore, because obviously Stardew is a game that rewards, as we have seen today, tremendous amounts of game knowledge, and Stardew as a community, there's a lot of casual sort of aesthetic farming and, challenging yourself in all of these little different ways, and so a lot of people, know the lore in a way that sometimes it's, very funny to be like, speedrunners don't know the lore of the games they play, but Stardewers tend to know the lore. I don't know the lore of Stardew Valley, and every day I learn something new and more concerning about Stardew Valley. What on earth do you mean, the crop fairy?
Well, so, so there's some random overnight events that happen in Stardew Valley. One of which is the crop fairy, who will come and she comes in the middle of the night. She grows all your crops in a like radius around wherever she hits. Technically, giant crops aren't related to the crop fairy. I just misspoke. Smile. But yeah, there are tons of overnight events. They have about a 1 in 100 chance of occurring. And additionally, when you're seeding, overnight events are considered time loss. So generally, you'll actually go and try to ensure that whatever seed that you do find, you do not like you have as minimal number of interactions as like possible with these random overnight events. Crop Fairy especially is punishing because Crop Fairy has to go across your screen and then stops in the middle usually. And what that essentially means is that when you're zoomed out like I am, that takes a really, really long time. So if you know like a Crop Fairy is coming, then you'll like zoom in your game like this, because then it doesn't take very long for the Crop Fairy to get to the middle. We're gonna do this because I want to. Sandfish.
Oh yeah, zoomed in Stardew Valley, baby.
Hail ale. Roots platter. Sorry.
No, keep buying.
Oh, we need our fishing rod. We're fishing today, gamers.
GG fishing. I do have to say that chat is like psychic, because immediately when I was like, I don't know the lore of the game except for what I've heard, chat immediately chimed in with the 2 pieces of Stardew lore that each independently broke me for like a week when I first learned about them, which are, what do you mean there is a war in the Stardew world? And also, what do you mean you can turn your child into a bird?
Yeah, you know. For fun.
I guess so. Stardew
right,
is truly built different. Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. So we're gonna go back to the forest river. Again, we bought our sandfish, our pale ale, and our roots platter. We are going to catch a chub and a shad, and then go into the water in our sardine. Remember, we bought a walleye earlier, so we want to hopefully catch the shad before noon, because I think that's when the walleye appears, if I recall my information. I think I also should be using my training rod. Technically, because I think I can catch all of these with the training rod, and I'm not trying to catch any difficult fish on this day. Yeah, so that's a fish that I don't need to catch. The chub kind of behaves a little bit bizarrely, but like is still a very easy fish to catch. The shad pattern is going to go up to the 3rd line and then stop. So if it doesn't do that pattern, then we won't care about it. Yeah, walleye is a night fish. It appears afternoon, though. Rainy days, I believe, is the... I swore I heard the jingle there. So seeded, if you go to the SRC page, there's a little arrow next to the the restoration, bundles, and mines. If you click that arrow, then underneath that is seeded, each one of those 3 categories. Please let me catch some fish. So yeah, this is a shad or a walleye. By the time I know that this is going to be a shad, because of the way that the fish pattern was. That was a really fast catch. This one should be a chub, I believe. I'm going to grab that. It could be a smallmouth bass, but I think this is a chub. Yep. And then, nice. Get those for a little bit of bonus, and now we're gonna go catch a sardine in the ocean.
I'm seeing some love for underwear soup in the chat.
Yeah, you know, normal things.
Speaking of Stardew Valley speedruns of all time, Shout outs to the meme boards. We wanted a decent sized showcase for you all tonight. And Community Center is like the Stardew Valley speedrun that, or marriage probably. But Stardew Valley memes, they do go hard. Underwear soup, hat mouse, milk and cookies. These are all real speedruns done by real speedrunners.
I do. It was originally proposed to be called Yeet the Child percent, because in 1.6 as well, you have a you have a chance to crit the baby toss. So when you have a child in Stardew Valley, when you interact with the child, you throw it up in the air. There's our start. Nope, that's an anchovy. You have a chance to crit it, and it does like a little rocket noise, and it shoots off into space. The baby does come back, but if you join the Stardew Valley speedrun server, my Discord, like I have Discord Nitro for the emotes and the ability to change my server banner, so I have Baby Toss now has a chance to crit in the Stardew Valley speedrun server. What's one of my other, like, Hat Urchin is a really fun category as well. Where is my sardine? Are you my sardine? Please? No.
Okay, I have to read this verbatim because it's cursed. I'm still mad there's not Crit the Baby and Crit the Baby Fresh File as two different categories. Explain yourself.
Well, so Crit the Baby without Fresh File would just be like you could start with a baby. We have our sardine.
GG Sardine.
I'm gonna go turn in these fish, because I think some of these fish we might not have to buy later, because we caught them now. But yeah, so Crit the Baby is just like an RNG check, so if you already had, like, a child, then you could just reset for opening and closing the inventory. But then Fresh File would imply that you have to do a marriage run, as well as then further upgrade your house in order to get the Adopt a Baby prompt. There we go. What other things do we have going on here? Where does... Oh, wait. I was like, where does the chub go? The chub goes in the Field Researcher bundle. That is all the things that we needed to do today per our notes. So we're going to go back to sleep now. I'm enjoying also all the extra rain that we are getting, because it is helping with our pumpkin backup strat.
Nice. We could hear the locking in as we move down towards the final bits of this doc, because as we head into winter and into spring year 2, it starts getting much less doing and much more sleeping, which is a hallmark of Stardew Valley speedruns.
Well, so seeded runs are tend to actually be like a little bit less sleeping than you would like initially expect. On account of the fact that you do have to like be constantly waking up to ensure that you're hitting the traveling carts at the right time and all of that as well. Somebody was... Oh, I bought the walleye from the traveling cart, so I did not need to catch the walleye. Thank you for checking for me. I did not need to catch the walleye. I bought it earlier. Thank you, chat, for keeping me honest.
There are still over 30 people in the route dock alongside with us.
They're keeping me honest.
It's a good... Y'all are great. Can I stress, we're doing great.
We are doing this together. And you know, that was one of the themes. I mean, like, one of the themes always is like GDQ is like doing good together. And so that's like really what we're doing here.
Doing good is best done together.
Very careful not to harvest that because that is part of what will become a giant crop. That other one I could harvest. The 26, I need to go and buy some wine. You could get CC completion via Joja Mart much quicker. That is true. However, that is called Joja percent and is a different restoration than the thing that we are doing currently on this day.
Are there seeded Joja speedruns? There's looking at SRC, there appears to be one seeded Joja speedrun, and it is slower than the world record unseeded Joja speedrun. So, speedrunners, get on that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's probably some really cool things that you could do with giant crops and manipulation there. Especially with, like, 1.6 now. I'm going to grab some of our apples. I'm going to water this guy. Water this guy. And hopefully the rest of these are going to, like, pop up for us.
I believe.
I believe as well. Okay, cart wine. To the cart, to the cart. So yeah, seeded is able, basically, like, relies a lot more heavily on making sure that you're getting money so that we can, like, take advantage of the cart and not do things that take a really, really long time, such as getting the levels so that we can get a keg, or, you know, those sorts of associated things as well. So we're gonna buy that wine. There's nothing else we need to buy. We could buy a rare crow, could be fun. Oh yeah, okay, so the seeded Joja run is actually a manipulation of potato harvesting, because you can make, like we saw a little bit at the beginning of this run where we harvested, like 1 potato and then we got like 7 potatoes out of it. You can keep giant crops as decorative forever, actually.
Crows aren't strong enough to pull those up.
Crows are not strong enough to pull these up. So, great news is we're getting all of these extra ones, and like some of the giant crops you'll actually wait to harvest because they'll, like if you harvest them on a different day, they will give you more as a result, which is like a really cool like fact. There is like an underlying number underneath that dictates how many you will get for the pumpkins.
And is that like pure RNG? Is that also controllable via the seed, or?
That is also controllable via the seed, or like understandable via the seed.
Nice.
Once again, we are going to have to, we will be backing up some money here. So I am picking up these sprinklers because we may need to go to the community center for some things. What I want to do is ensure that I keep a pumpkin in my community center chest, which we do have, as well as put more apples in there just in case. Put in the rare seed and that looks good to me. The rest of the stuff that is things we can sell. So I'm just gonna throw a bunch of stuff in there. Make sure I have a broccoli again, because again, it is better to be safe. And we're gonna go check out the left side of our farm again. To see if we can get even more money over here. We have 1 common, we have 2 purples, and we have 2 reds. This will help us a lot. We will be going to the desert for this route, because we do need a cactus and things like that. but this puts a little bit less pressure on some of those checks to say that we can get like a cactus fruit or or 2 cactus fruits or coconuts. So these will all be really good. Money, we're gonna go to the traveling cart and get a pufferfish and some ice cream. You know, common things to have together as food.
It's yeah, my favorite meal.
Ice cream and pufferfish. We are looking good on money, which is nice. Whee.
All right, as we head into winter here, I'm scrolling through the route doc to see. It looks like winter is a whole lot of like sleeping and buying predominantly.
Yeah. So we will be. I'm like double checking again. We have 2 of those, so I can sell these. Checking that I've got my common mushroom, so I can sell that. Checking I have at least 10 moss, so I can sell this extra moss. We can sell the chanterelle and that, and then the rest of this can all go in here. I know that I'm going to go to the CC next, so I'm going to grab out things, which is going to be our brewer's bundle. Is very important for us because that will allow us to get another keg. And then I can grab some of the things that I know that we will have completed. So we can do that completes a bundle for us. That's going to be useful for Demetrius. That is going to come with us. We can grab some of our crops. I'm trying to pick things so that we are doing like less trips back and forth. So I'm trying to be like a little bit efficient about our routing there. So all this is coming with me as I go to sleep now. We are sleeping until Winter 3. Winter 3 is going to spawn the winter's things that we need. I also see helpfully that in Zachary's route, they added in like the things that I should be grabbing for inventory wise. I filled it up on vibes, and it does look like we are lining up.
It turns out, even without like a acute practice, your vibes, your intuition for Stardew, still good.
The vibes are important. So we're going to turn in a whole bunch of this. The most important thing that we're turning in is the brewers, because the brewers gives us a keg that will allow us to make another wine, which we do need. We do have enough, I think, for some other things. So the good news is we can finish fall foraging. That gets us a little bit of more money. We can turn in 1 of those each. We're still working on tree seeds there. We're going to turn in all the brewer's bundle, which again gets us this keg. We also can finish our summer crops bundle. That gets us another sprinkler. I did not bring the rare seed. I'm a little bit nervous that I sold the rare seed. I can turn in... Oh, did I not need to turn in the tomato? I didn't need to turn in the tomato. The rest of this is all bulletin board, so we can turn in this pomegranate. We can turn in the fodder bundle. We'll make apple wine. Turn in that. Turn in that. And turn in the frozen geode and the other purple mushroom. do a little hover to make sure there's nothing else that we can turn in. Again, we're looking for that pulsing for that. And we can buy the vault. And I think I'm going to like scroll down money-wise. I think we're good to buy the vault. Okay, so we're going to do some math. So we have 63,729. We need 42,500 for the vault. So we have 21K left over. We need on this to buy additionally a tuna, which is 400. Maple syrup as a backup exotic. We might not need to do that, but I'll put it in anyways and just see how we can do here. Minus 800. You can follow along. The route is pinned if you want to see these numbers that I'm listing out. Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good. I think I did the math right. So we can just buy this whole vault. We're going to pick up the crystallarium, which is good for us. We're going to use, I believe, the crystallarium to duplicate our quartz that we picked up earlier. Okay. So we bought the vault. We grabbed the crystallarium. There is a holly somewhere in town, so we'll look for that. And then here we go. And then we're gonna go to Clint's. Oh, we have some extra things that we're buying from Clint, which is 25 copper. What do I need to buy? I'm pretty sure Zachary, you already have a furnace.
You already have a furnace.
I already have a furnace. Okay, so then what else do I need?
The live coordination.
Live coordination. He's not open yet.
Oh, Clint.
Okay. So then I only need... Okay, so he's not open. Blacksmith's bundle. So we're going to get 5 and 5 for both of these, and then we'll get 2 coal because we have 1 coal at home. So that saves us a lot of money as well there. We'll go to the beach because there's a nautilus shell, and then we're also going to smack ground for yam.
Smacking winter and so yam in spare time. I was wondering, so you want to talk about winter forage farming?
Yeah, so winter forage farming was something really neat and cool that is only on Legacy RNG now. So give me 1 second to buy the things that I need, which is 5 iron ore, 5 copper ore. And I said 1 coal because I have...
You have a coal at home?
I think I need 2 coal because I want to have a coal for... Or no, I don't need the extra coal for the gold bar. That's fine. But yeah, so previously, as we said, even though a lot of things are seeded or even unseeded in the game, there is a lot of things that go on randomly underneath the game. I mean, like, I won't say no to a gold ore.
That's very funny.
I will be getting a free gold bar, so, like, it's not something super necessary for us, but it is nice. So if we weren't on Legacy RNG, then I would actually know, once I got the winter route, exactly where to hit to get that snow yam. What is our other winter one that we need? Crystal fruit. Okay. That's going to be in the forest on a later day. I would actually know exactly where that is. Thank you. Huge shout out to Piano Addict, who like found some of the underlying RNG for the game in order to like make that work. Absolutely like really, really cool. But that is only like when you have legacy RNG enabled. So I am I'm putting, again, inventorying to save some of these things that I need. I'm going to save this quality fertilizer to get some nice things later. We need the keg. I can put our sprinklers in there. I'm going to put all this in there, and lightning rod is going to just get put out here as it can. Where did I put the bee house? I don't think I need the bee house, but we're going to put it out anyways. We're going to put
the bees.
It's important that we have hobbies.
It's important that we have hobbies.
And then we're going to sell some of these extra things that we got from the community center. Again, we're just trying to get a little bit extra money. And once again, I am assuming that I am trying to duplicate quartz here because it was very important that we got that earlier. It's also important to pick up your bonsai trees and make sure that they feel loved and well taken care of.
Oh! I've never seen this cutscene before.
So what we just did there is we bought all the things for the vault. So that means that the bus is repaired. A lot of the stuff that is immediately necessary for us down the line is going to be getting stuff from the desert. So we will be doing that. I picked up the bonsai tree again because, again, it's our emotional support.
It's important to take care.
It's important to take care of your bonsai tree. We are going to keep sleeping now until the 13th, at which point we will go to the desert. The reason that we go on the 13th is because Pam is going to be busy with the Squid Fest, which means that she will not be... Oh, I needed more coal for... to make the refined quartz. Yay. Okay.
What do you mean there's a Squid Fest? Is Stardew Valley okay?
Maybe. I think I need 5 refined quartz, so... Squid Fest. Engineer. Yeah, okay. I do need... So I will continue to harvest this. I should have gotten more coal on that day, but that is okay. And again, we're just going to keep doing this. We can get coal at... we can get coal on a future day. Squidfest 26, baby! Exactly. So we're going to go out. We're going to go to the desert. I'm going to check the mail because I can. I'm going to put these things in there. I'm going to take out this coal because I do need it. I'm going to put the heater away because I don't need that. I'm going to take the fishing pole with us because I might need that. Don't know. And we're going to go to the desert. We're going to get 2 cacti and a coconut. We're also going to pick up this crocus. Don't think it's necessary. But again, since Pam is gone right now, we are actually able to just drive ourselves to the desert.
Oh. I'm sure there's a knot of lore there that I'm missing, but okay.
Yeah, so a big thing, as I said, Pam canonically likes to fish, so she will go to the fishing festival, in which case then she leaves the keys for us to use. So I'm looking for the secondary cactus. I went as far away from it as I could. And we are going to just head right back home because we caught that sandfish earlier. Another day that's usually exploited is that you can go into the mines in summer as well. We'll actually look at that in just a little bit. Let me grab my... Where did I put the... Oh, my refined quartz is just right next to here. So I'm going to throw these in here. tomorrow we're gonna go out once again to the traveling cart, and we're also going to get our crystal fruit. Hello, Pierre.
Not you.
Not you. I need those. All right. I'm gonna hit some rocks when we're coming on our way back as well, so that we can get we need 2 more coal, I believe, in order to be happy.
I also do want to flag we're at a little bit past 2:45 on the timer, so
right.
I think in the interest of getting the opportunity to see some Chrono Cross on the big screen, I want to take this route out to the end of winter, maybe.
All right.
Because from here it picks up a fair bit, I believe.
Yeah, what we can do, if you'll, we will go and turn in, we can actually, play out winter, because we do just have a bunch of buys. There's some very interesting things that happen later, so I do recommend, running out this route, but we'll turn in everything that we do have, to the community center as, we could actually do that now if you would like, or we can play out the rest of the winter. Up to you.
Dealer's choice. Are there bundles we complete by going out to end of winter?
If I can get 2 coal, which I just got 1 of, then there is a bundle I believe we complete. We just got our 2nd coal by going out through winter. So yeah, let's go through winter. Chat, this is a good, again, a lot of what we've been doing, right, is like, we're learning how to speedrun. We're learning how to do this because this is something fun that we want to do. And sometimes you're like, I told myself I was going to stream for this amount of time. And you don't, like, finish the thing in the amount of time that you want. And that, again, tell me if you've heard this before, is okay.
This is the year we take care of ourselves, our hands, and our friends. No, I am incredibly grateful to both you and to Zachary for putting this ridiculous showcase together. And this means, chat, you are legally obligated to speedrun Stardew Valley. Ignore the fact that I'm legally obligated to speedrun Stardew Valley from way before any of you. But you, yes you, the girl reading this, is legally obligated to speedrun Stardew Valley now. I don't... No. You miss me with that. Venice includes you too, Quacksilver plays. I don't need this.
Alright, so we're buying a bullhead and the iridium bar. Iridium bar is going to help us with that engineering bundle, which is why we've been getting our refined quartz. The next time we go out will be iridium ore, which finishes that bundle, and that will actually be when I do the rest of my... we'll do the rest of our turn-ins, because the cart checks for the rest of winter won't help us finish our any other bundles.
Sounds good. So we'll grab our iridium ore, we will complete everything we've got, and that will be our showcase for today.
I want to call out someone in chat who said being male has gotten me out of speedrunning Stardew. Great news is that if you are cookie gender,
we never actually explained cookie gender and bunny gender as our final thing. Will you please explain the dichotomy of Stardew?
Yes. So we're gonna do multiple runs back and forth here to turn all these in. So Stardew Valley, when you play as a if you play as a male character, then one of the first money goals that you get, your mom sends you cookies in the mail. However, if you play as a female character, then your dad sends you money. The money is usually very important early on. But in this route in particular, we're doing a set of remixing our seeds such that we're able to kind of avoid that. That's our periwinkle, so that finishes that bundle. There's that. So we buy the sturgeon later from the community center as well. We turn in the wine there. We only have one of those berries, so that's something that we would also finish. We finish our dye bundle. I don't think I actually have anything. I have those two for this bundle. Our adventurers bundle would also be something we pick up later. The iridium ore will get on our second route back. We can turn in some of these other things. I do have our sweet gemberry, which will finish our rare crops bundle. Again, a lot of this stuff is just actually cleanup, but this actually completes our full room for there.
Nice. You also get cake as cookie gender is one of the sentences ever spoken.
Which is good and correct.
Yes, so as we are wrapping up our showcase here for the day, I do want to share some of the the make your own victory history for this game. So yes, this is the no credits show here on GDQ Hotfix. When I was first pitching this show, when they put out the call for showrunners for Hotfix, one of the things they ask you to do when you're pitching a show is to like give them an example show, right? And I was missing about 45 to 50 minutes from my run of show that I was pitching, and I DM'd specifically Jess in a panic to be like, hey, what do you have to do in order to get credits in Stardew? To which they said, actually nothing, because it was before credits were put into the game. And so Stardew Valley is near and dear to my heart, even though I haven't run it, because it is the quintessence of make your own victory.
Yeah. And I guess, like, we've been harping on it a lot, but, like, honestly, just do it. Like, just pick up a game, pick up something that you find fun, and just play it fast. And congratulations, if you play it twice and you play it slightly faster the next time, that's speedrunning, baby. Here's our iridium ore that will allow us to finish that engineers bundle, and time we'll call time once I finish. We'll say the one of the bundles will get completed. I think we actually complete the crafts room here. Actually, no, I don't complete the crafts room because I did not get enough acorns. But yeah, thank you so much for having me on to like experiment and just like celebrate like playing a game you like fast and doing something a little bit silly, and also just like, if you're feeling inspired after a GDQ, I always feel inspired to get back into my runs a little bit about it. Just try, because it is truly like what you gotta do. Like you just gotta sit down, play a video game, enjoy the things that you have, and just have like fun with it. We are going to complete this bundle, and we'll call time as soon as I put that in. Time.
GG. Oh no, Jess isn't going to get a seated crafts PB. You hate to see it. Jess, thank you so much for coming out on the day after AGDQ, the day you return home from the event.
This is true. I did get home at 11 o'clock. Look, the community center is completed.
That's so true. Please let the people know where you're at on the internet and what you're up to.
Everyone, thanks for watching. I'm Jess, also known as the Valiant Sun. You can find me on all platforms as well as Twitch. I promise I'll start streaming more. But one of the biggest things that you can do to support me is tell all the femmes in your life, and that includes yourself, that if you identify as a woman or femme in any way that is meaningful to you, I'm the community lead for the Frame Fatales, and I would love to have you come join us. We have a ton of awesome, lovely events, including things like Game of the Month, which Stardew was one of them, as well as Kabuto Park, which was something that I've also brought here to make your own victory. So I'm always a big fan of just finding the things that make you happy and just doing them. So play games, choose the rule set that makes you happy, and do it fast and have fun. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thanks again, Jess. Make some noise in the chat one more time for the Valiant Son. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be moving from one CC into another, because continuing the theme of developing your own speedruns just for the pure love and joy of the game, we have a special bonus showcase for you all. Our very own producer, Railcoon, is going to be showing off a partial category of CHRONO CROSS when we return. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. Folks that have stuck with us post the AGDQ replay today, thank you so much. We have one more game for you tonight on our live broadcast. Another shining example of not beating the game, and an opportunity for me to gush about the producer that makes this show and many other shows on Hotfix possible in the first place. Please welcome to the stage, running CHRONO CROSS Links at Fort Dragonia, producer Railcoon.
Hello. Inimitable that's a word. You've been sitting on that one for a while?
Yeah!
So this is CHRONO CROSS. We were talking about upcoming things at Frame Fatales. This is in Frame Fatales, the whole run. So if you want to see more than just furry percent, as they like to call it, you'll have to tune in March.
We're starting strong.
Yeah, so this is a speed run to finish the fight in Fort Dragonia, after which there's a series of cutscenes where Link's body swaps with you and you become an anthropomorphic Lynx. So actual furry percent.
I understand now.
Real quick, what should we name Surge?
Oh gosh.
I'm watching chat to see if they come up with something before you do.
Does big women fit? Does big lady?
Yes, it absolutely does fit. Big lady.
Cope is also pretty good.
No, big lady is very funny. Oops. Big
Flint had his moment.
lady.
Chat is popping off over Flint, though. It is true.
Should we do Flint instead?
Let's do Flint. Let's do Flint.
Okay.
We got. The people have spoken.
We'll do Flint.
Shout outs to Big Lady, though. If you missed it on the replay, go check the VODs for Split Fiction.
How about Flint V2?
It's so true.
Alright, this is going to be interesting.
One of the Split Fiction runners going back, doubling back on Big Lady. Alright, let's do this.
Alright, I'm going to try and start this and start the timer on the dashboard at the same time, but the problem is clicking out of the game pauses it, so we'll make it work the best we can. Didn't work. So this is CHRONO CROSS, our third
Not
character.
even a 3-2-1.
I did not have the brain power to 3-2-1 that. So we got
That's
Irene.
so good.
The third character here is completely random. Irene's, we love a random mermaid. CHRONO CROSS is technically a sequel to Chrono Trigger. I love this game. I adore this game. As Quack said, we're talking about developing speedruns. Way back when I first started running this game, nobody was running it in English, and there were a lot of people who said they were interested in the speedrun, but there was no route and they didn't know where to get started, so I spent 3 months looking at Japanese speedruns and old segmented speedrun from SDA and developing strats and building a route and going at it and making this run myself. And now there's a whole community of people who have done a better job of routing it than I did, let me tell you.
That's always how it goes. Hey, someone's got to take that first crack at it.
Yeah. But we're playing fast forward. As you notice, things are going really fast. And this is similar to Chrono Trigger in that there's enemies on the field that you have to dodge. But unlike Chrono Trigger, where a lot of the fight avoidances are just avoiding a trigger which makes enemies jump at you and create an unavoidable encounter. All of the enemies in Chrono Cross are on the field, you can see them, and you can dodge them. So doing that in Fast Forward is hard, and that's what we're trying to do. So it makes the game faster, but also more difficult. And it's a lot of fun. I love this game so much. It's got one of the soundtracks of all time. I was reading up on a thing that Yasunori Mitsuda wrote about this game later for the 20th anniversary soundtrack, about how at the time games were moving towards trying to sound more like Hollywood in their soundtracks, and he hated it. So this soundtrack is a direct response to that trend, and it worked well. So to go over mechanics, one of the nice things about Fast Forward about this game is that it's extremely deep. The combat system, I could talk about it for probably half the runtime of this run, but I don't have time to do that on Fast Forward, so we're not tempted to get into the weeds. So we have to start off with some forced combat. We have to fight 3 battles with these Komodo dragons, and you see we've got these 1, 2, 3s. They've got different accuracies. 3 is the most powerful but least accurate, and 1 is the least powerful but most accurate. And anytime you land with an attack, it increases the accuracy of all of them. A 1 increases the accuracy by just a little bit, 3 does by a lot, but you're taking a risk by going for 3s. So we're just trying to do these fights quickly. Ooh, we managed to avoid the beach bum there. I need to fight...
Question in chat, if Ray is playing, who do we tell that the game is a little loud? We're getting the full behind the scenes experience.
Well, we can adjust that. Oh, it's hard to balance by myself, so we just adjusted a little bit. Okay, we do need to fight one of these beach bums anyway, so we got into a fight, so we're just gonna kill this one. Hopefully that's better to let me know if it's not. This is kind of scuffed, so even if I have to pause the game by clicking out to fix things, we'll get to it.
It's the day after AGDQ. If you were at AGDQ, and especially if you were up for finale of AGDQ, I know you've got me when I say these are just the vibes. If you were watching on stream, whether Twitch or YouTube, you just have to trust me. These are the vibes.
This Komodo dragon isn't behaving. So this early part is a lot of randomness, and it's a mixture of trying to save time with fast forward versus, being safer with the regular speed. And I misplayed it a few times, but we got through it. So I was talking about the basic mechanics before I had to fix the audio. So generally what happens is, in the speedrun, we just take risks. The 3 attack, the most powerful but least accurate, is the only one that can crit. So we'll be kind of YOLOing some of the 3s every now and then, but also we'll get an ability later on through one of the buffs called Eagle Eye that sets all of your accuracy to 99 for a while. That is 99, not 100. You can miss with Eagle Eye active, ask me how I know.
I was supposed to say, how many runs have you lost to that 1%?
You don't really lose runs. So one of the big things about this game, and I just used the wrong fireball, it's fine, is the stat gains are random on a curve. Like, if your stats are lower than expected, that was an incredible surge. You just missed 2 attacks. If you're very low...
What?
And again... let's see if I can get through this sentence. If you're very low on stats, when you level up, there we go, you have a higher chance of gaining a stat. And if you're very high on stats, you have a lower chance of getting a stat. So it does kind of even out over the duration of the entire run, but when you're doing a partial run like this, ooh, we got the feather, nice. You can be more beholden to the extreme RNG because you're not getting far enough in the game for it to really, the percentages to even you out. But because of that, our route, which was developed by Evil Ash, I think Corporate Mage, and Super Handy are the big 3 contributors. Just these ridiculous branching path tables of, if your strength is this number, do this. If it's this number, do this. And all these different contingencies, they've done an excellent job of adapting the route. And it's actually very friendly to new players because of that. Because...
Hey, we love that.
You can just follow the table. And you can complete a run. Even if it's miserable, you'll complete the run. It might not be fast, but you'll finish it. Yeah, people are asking if we're going to get Glenn. Absolutely, because getting Glenn skips an entire dungeon. One of the fun things about this speed run is that we just abandon Kid the entire time, because there's multiple options of where you're going to choose to go with Kid or help her or abandon her. It's always faster just to leave Kid.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of speedruns are not strictly the nicest thing ever.
So we just did this thing, and one of the things about Chrono Cross is it's a sequel, heavy air quotes, to Chrono Trigger. And while Chrono Trigger was about exploring different parts in time of the same timeline, Chrono Cross is about staying in the same time period across multiple timelines. So it's kind of like, oh, I don't need to get the feather. So that feather's a 10% drop, and there's a chest over there that's our backup, and I almost went to get it, but I actually got the lucky drop on the boss, so we don't need to. So this game explores a very different angle of the same theme. So what happens here is we're learning that Surge, something weird happened on the beach, and hey, Lena doesn't know who we are anymore? What's going on? She says she knew somebody named Flint V2 when she was a kid, but he died? What? But I'm Flint V2! But there's a grave up on the cape, so she suggests we go visit the cape and see for ourselves. And that's where we're gonna meet Kid, and then not allow her to join the party. Because if we don't take Kid, Lena joins the party, and Lena is an incredible magic user, and we also get Poshel, who is adorable. We love Poshel in this household. Do you know about the joys of Poshel, Quack?
I do not.
Oh, I will be excited to see your reaction to Poshel in real time.
I'm afraid already. No, I am woefully not with it with the entire Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger universe.
Well, this game has like 45 characters. It's kind of absurd. If you want to get all of them, you have to play through the game 3 times because some of them are mutually exclusive. So what we're going to do is we're going to defend, because until this tutorial dialogue goes off, they all have 10,000 health each. So there's no point in doing anything until that tutorial text is done. Since we didn't get a strength up, we're doing the backup strat. If we do get stat ups early on, we can do some other strats to finish this fight faster, but since we didn't get it, we're just going with the safer strat.
I do have to ask, is there a speedrun category for getting all of the characters?
Yes.
Like, that requires multiple save files, and how long is it?
So I did a proof of concept of that run, because this game has a really unique concept called Continue Plus instead of New Game Plus, where you start a New Game Plus file from any of your save files. So you can just, like, finish the game and load up midway through the game under New Game Plus conditions. It's amazing.
Ooh, wait, that's awesome.
Yeah, more games, especially RPGs, should have this option. It's incredible. So I did a proof of concept run. What are these misses, by the way? Where we used Continue Plus to see how long that would be. And I think my initial run was about 12 hours. And people who are better at routing have dropped it to, like, just over 10, I want to say.
Oof. I mean, hey, that's for sure a genre of speedrun. We were talking about Stardew Perfection earlier, which is like 16 hours, I want to say.
That is the least make your own victory category of all time, because you have to beat the game 7 times and roll credits 7 times.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. People have been joking from the beginning of the show. Like, I have a friend who runs Hollow Knight All Achievements, which requires two save files and 4 endings. One of these days, like for April Fools or something, we're just gonna do nothing but arbitrary code execution showcases that don't play video games but roll the credits, and like categories that run the credits multiple times.
So we just made the funniest mistake of all time, Quack.
Oh no.
So turbo's allowed in this game, and I have it bound to just when I'm holding L1. And I accidentally mashed through renaming Kid to replace the K with an A, so she's Aid, and we are never going to aid Kid in this run.
Oh no.
So here's Lena, and that adorable pink creature, the dog with 2 tails, that's Poshel.
Wait, How have I lived my entire life to this point not knowing partial?
And it's optimal to put her in the front of the party here. So if you listen closely, you'll hear this adorable little bouncing sound.
She's perfect.
She's amazing. We love Pashal in this household.
We do. I've known Pashal for 2 minutes, but I would lay down my life for her.
So you see in situations like that where it's a really tight confine to dodge an enemy that chases you, we'll just turn off fast forward, just get through it, because the start battle animations are like, and the loading and running away takes like 20 seconds. First toggling it off for maybe 2 or 3.
And like, how close to, so obviously important safety, especially for marathon, for not trying to hit terrible luck. At like bleeding edge, how close to 100% optimal is like your fast forward usage? Like, does the world record just have it on the whole time and just do all the dodges, or is it like you need this in order to actually finish a run?
You need to turn it off at some points. I play it much more risky than Handy does, and Handy took the record from me, so maybe it's something I should learn from. But I simply... So here's the thing about routing, is I tend to route as if I'm not going to make a mistake, and then try to fix that with practice.
That's an aesthetic.
Have contingencies in your route for if you do make a mistake, but I don't plan assuming that I'm going to make a mistake, so... That's why I tend to be very risky with my fast forward, because I could just get better. It's that meme from Twitch chat. Have you considered just doing the thing?
Yeah, just, what was it from the Hades run this event? Just hit. Just get the luck, just get the skill, just hit. It's fine.
A Kid joined with mediocre strength. This is the only part of the game we use Kid, because she's better in this section than our other alternatives, because the fastest entry into Viper Manor is with Pierre, and Pierre's kind of a joke character. Can join your party with 4 strength when Surge can have up to 13 at this point. But having 3 characters is just better. We picked up this Profiteer's Purse because we can disassemble it for iron, which is extremely broken at this point in the game. We were in disassemble, not forge. I soft locked in my brain.
That's such a good way to put it. I love that.
You know, when you're menuing and something is wrong and you can't figure out what's wrong and you're just staring at the screen and it's like the loading screen pops up and I'm like, oh god, what did I do?
That is 100% what learning a speedrun is like. You know, if whomst among us who has ever looked at a route doc and then looked back at the screen and then looked back at the route doc and then repeat until...
So we have 3 ways of getting to the manor here. We have to choose a guide to get us in. Pierre just needs this medal so he can show it to the Dragoons because he wants to join the Dragoons. They're not going to let him join because he's a joke. But it lets us walk in through the front gate, which is obviously the fastest, where the other... joined with 3 strength. The other 2 characters have like side dungeons with bosses you have to go through. And Pierre, you can just walk straight in the front. So obviously we're going to do that. And the boss that we're going to fight here at the entrance of the manor always KOs the character in the front of your party. And since Pierre is actually useless and he's just a warm body in our party because it's required, we're going to put him in front. Seems like a good way to handle that, right?
Yeah.
So, since we got iron from the disassembling the Profiteer's Purse, which, by the way, iron at this point is a rare drop from one of the bosses in the manor. So it's absolutely not expected for you to have iron weapons at this point in the game. So we're a little bit overpowered, and it's going to help us blast through the manor pretty quickly. What is our strength? 10 strength. Okay, I mean, it's not great, but at least we got a strength up. We might be continuing the trend of the cursed run, because Surge has gotten 1 strength up in all these boss fights so far.
That's the make your own victory difference, TM.
Ooh, 470 sauce. Tomato.
The marathon. I'm sorry, what is this plot?
So the two enemies we're fighting right now, they're kind of the tutorial enemies. Whenever you fight them, they do these tutorials. That's why their health is ridiculous until they're done with it. And they're named Salt and Pepper, and their friend that they brought in here is named Ketchup with an O. And he's very eager, and he's not very talkative, but he likes to say tomato sauce.
I think RPGs need to be stopped until we figure out what's going on.
Also, what's going on? You should be phased. Hello? There we go. I don't understand why that took more damage than it should have, but it's okay. So then he gets very eager and he uses his allies as a weapon against us, which knocks them out, which is why we don't bother attacking them. And then we can just finish him off. Oh, Pierre does go down. If Pierre survives this fight, we can save a little bit of time not having the menu, but didn't get lucky. What were we talking about before I got distracted by tomato sauce?
By tomato sauce? I mean, obviously in any no reset setting, the old adage holds true: marathon luck giveth and marathon luck taketh away. But I feel like in Hotfix that tends to be played out to extremes. I've seen some truly immaculately cursed things, as well as by virtue of, obviously, we talked about, I have reached out to people in the past and be like, hey, can you make up a category for me? We have seen so many world records on this show, like you wouldn't believe, and even one or two of them have more than one runner in the category.
I need to call out in chat that somebody mentioned this is another CC run with a Pierre, on brand with the theming. Also, this is another CC run with a Pierre that we get upset at, so.
It's perfect. It was retroactively, this was the plan all along for this reason.
So we have to feed 10 dragons there to get a key in the manor. Fast forward and turbo make it a little bit trivial. That could be optimized further, but oh my god, doing that on fast forward optimally? No thank you, I'd rather do it that way. And there is a very particular thing you can do to skip this fight. It's frame perfect, and if you do it frame perfectly, you only have a 50-50% chance that the correct frame is available. Instantly takes down Pierre. In this series of fights, if he survives any of them, we can heal him in the post-battle screen without having to menu, which we're hoping will happen, but we're not lucky so far for Pierre.
Not today.
It can be very funny just to watch Pierre eat dirt repeatedly, and honestly, it makes the menuing easier, because we don't care about him in combat, we don't want him to take actions, so it makes switching between Surge and Pierre easier. Or Surge and Kid easier if he's on the floor. But we do want him alive for later fights. So it'd be nice if he survives this one. Alright, chat. So there's a big portion of RNG coming up. There's going to be a lock that's solved by spinning that stake statue between 1 and 9 times twice. And it's completely random. Any combination that is the same number twice is less likely than having two numbers, but is possible. So both 1-1 and 9-9, the best and the worst, are possible, but extremely unlikely. And one of the things we like to do in this community is try and guess what it's going to be. So low numbers are good, high numbers are bad. Give us your guesses.
And each is totally independent? Like, There's no way to predict the second from the first? Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and guess 6-7.
Of course you would.
You left it so open.
It is vile option. The only thing is, if it's like the same number twice, like 4-4, 5-5, 6-6, that is less likely than it being different numbers. That's the only caveat. All right, 4-3, 5-4, 2-3, 1-7, 4-6, 5. You need a second number there. Oh my god, you were almost right. It's 7-6.
We did it! This is somehow better than, like, 9-9. You see, chat, the 6-7 is backwards because I don't know. I'm too old to actually like. If I were really on tonight and it weren't immediately post AGDQ, we'd cook up some delicious new meme.
So we're equipping this
7-6. Go ahead.
We're equipping this turn yellow because what this does is there's an element system with colors, and every character has an innate color, and when you're attacking somebody who has the opposite innate color, you do bonus damage. And there's these turn elements, so you can change people's color temporarily. If we use a turn color on one of our party members, they will do extra physical damage to enemies that are the opposite color. And if you use the turn color on the enemy, they take extra elemental damage from using elements of the opposite color on them. It doesn't apply both ways. It's specifically you have to use it on your ally to do more physical damage, and on the enemy to do more magical damage. Why? No idea. It's just one of those quirks of old school RPGs. Might have been programmed incorrectly, you know. Hard to say for sure. But we give the turn yellow to Surge here because these are green enemies, and that just lets him do more damage. It also means they do more damage to him, but, you know, trade-offs. We're overpowered and we do a lot of damage, so the amount of extra damage we do is a lot more than the extra damage they do. And you can see why it's hard to get in the weeds in this category. We're just kind of going over the very top level strategy stuff because that fight ended right by the time I finished explaining basic element. The colors are yellow and green as opposites, blue and red as opposites, and black and white as opposites. It's not a circle, it's not Pokemon, it's 3 pairs of opposite colors. And the chat is going nuts there because there's a chest here with a really good item in it, and Karsh is telling you to cut it out, and if you try 20 times, he gives up and he lets you have it. So if you played this game casually and you thought you had to come back to this chest way later in the game, then there you go. Also, I accidentally went down, I mashed through the statue, so we have to fight this guy.
Alright, so the curse continues. The curse of the evening continues. This is because people were mean to me for making 6-7 jokes. I've decided. But also, you know, I did want to ask, because scrolling through your SRC page, and also especially the recent things, there's a pretty decent mix of, like, styles of video game, you know, this, Maiden and Spell, Night Witch, radically different genres between, you know...
Night Witch?
Yeah.
I don't know what
you're Night Witch? Metroidvania?
Oh, the Night Witch. Oh, I thought you said Night
yes.
Witch, like the metal band. And I'm like, huh, what?
You mean you haven't I don't know what a speedrun of that would be. But, what draws your eye to any particular speedrun as someone who has been both speedrunning for a long time and certainly around speedrun, you know, as a hotfix producer, I imagine you might have a shot at most speedruns viewed of any living human, or at least certainly top 10.
I mean, that is definitely a thing. I have way more just random knowledge of games just because I've been on production for so long. But it's what you were talking about before with Jess. I play game, and game is fun, and I want to play it more, and I try out the speedrun. That's what the Night Witch speedrun was. The game was kind of fun, kind of scratch that itch. And sometimes a game that's like, you know, a little fun casually can be more fun as a speedrun, and I did 2 test runs, and I was like, no thank you. And we were just done with it from there. So sometimes you bounce off a run, and that's absolutely fine. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. There's generally a game that I play that I want to try playing more. Oh my god. What are those misses? Alright, so we're going to get elements to cast here, and we're going to run away to reset this, because this fight's a pain, and getting a double miss at the start is not the vibe, so... One of the nice things about this game is you can run away from any fight, including bosses, so...
Wow.
We're just gonna try that again.
It's okay, surely we won't get the double miss a second time, smiling.
There we go, 1 miss is fine.
Okay.
So this one, like, the 3s they're pretty inaccurate off the start. And what we do is we just send 2 of them
Wow.
I wasn't gonna reset that one, and then that happened, so no, we're just gonna reset that. Chrono Cross is being itself right now. This is just this game in a nutshell.
A run. I'm losing it. Whoever was invoking the Etsy witch in chat earlier.
There we go. And the interesting thing is, I hit the first one, and when you hit the first three, the accuracy of the second one goes up to 93%. And then he missed the second one. Right. What we want to do now is 2, then 2, 3. I kind of went off route a little bit, but it's fine. Oh, we messed it up. We're trying to avoid that from happening. Okay, don't freeze, kid. Thank you. How much is our AP? 7, so we just used 2. So 4, 6. That should kill. Hopefully. It didn't. And the problem is, Pierre is going to do about 4 damage, even if I send a 3 at her. Ooh, 6. And she got the cure off. Okay, but the freeze wore off. Okay, good. So we can just chip away at her like that, and okay, we got through it.
If you thought the live steering was done with Stardew, think again.
Oh, we got the iron! No! So that Ice Blast element she used on us is really good, and it's her common drop. And her rare drop is iron, which if you're paying attention, we already got 2 iron by disassembling the Profiteer's Purse. So that iron doesn't do anything for us, and we lose out on a really powerful element by getting it. It's fine. Chrono Cross is being Chrono Cross right now.
This is the showcase evening of all time. I'm in love.
Well, how did you miss? That hit percentage was like 98. Surge, please.
I would describe this run as absolutely beautiful, perfect, no notes, thriving.
Yeah, honestly, like, Pierre did double the amount of damage I was expecting him to. He did 6 instead of 3, so... I mean, to be honest, I was expecting him to miss, so... Give some round of applause for Pierre in chat. He's trying his best. It's not very good, but
fighting
he's trying.
for a redemption arc.
So this is an interesting fight. We're going to send more 3s, and where this is routed around the idea of we count the crits and the misses. Every time we crit, we add 1. Every time we miss, we subtract 1. And our route branches here at a certain point just based on what that count is. So, again, using the inaccurate attacks, but, you know, it lands more often than you'd expect. This is like 70%, so... And then what we're doing is, that's -1. Enemies, they take a certain amount of time before they attack, but you can mash some attacks over their AP value. So what we did there is we used a 1 so that Lynx would attack on the next AP we use, but by using 2 3s in a row, we're able to get a bunch extra AP in before he acts, just for a little bit more damage. I messed up my stamina, so he's probably going to attack here. Oh, he did. Nice. And we're going to have stamina push there again, which is the same thing. And what we're doing is we're affecting his AI because, words are hard. Lynx likes to counterattack when you use elements on him. So by using Pilfer, he uses Imbecile, which lowers our magic damage. And then by using Dash and Slash, he's going to use Anti-White on Surge, which means that you can't use white elements, which is his weakness. And just by doing that means that we just wasted 2 of his turns and make him a whole lot easier.
Nice.
14 strength, Surge. Please eat your Wheaties. It's fine, we're about to get Glenn, and Glenn is spelled the same way as in Chrono Trigger, but it's not Frog. Very much not Frog. He's a young child with a sword who's very overpowered, but he's not Frog.
I want the record to reflect not Frog. Don't put it in the newspaper that it was Frog.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stats in this game, and one of the mysterious ones is stamina recovery. That audio is probably way too loud, so let's just pull that down a little bit so you can hear me better. What it dictates is when you use 1 stamina, how much stamina does that character get back? Most characters are 10, so using 1 stamina gives 1 stamina because it's a decimal value. Some of the overpowered characters who are overstated and do a lot of damage, they have 9, so they actually lose a little bit of stamina when you use stamina. And then the characters are supposed to be more supportive characters with really good elemental grids, but not very good stats. They often have 11 stamina recovery, so when you use 1, they get 1.1 stamina back. Glenn has some of the best elemental techs in the game, a very good elemental grid, extremely good stats. He gets the Einlanzer, which is one of the most powerful weapons in the game, and his stamina recovery is 11. He's just overpowered. They gave him everything because he's Glenn. And picking up Glenn means that we don't have to do an entire extra dungeon. So of course we're going to get Glenn for all of those reasons.
I was gonna say, yeah, skipping a whole dungeon feels like even if Glenn were Pierre levels of useless, might still be worth grabbing.
Yeah, and I mashed through it, but Lynx just said the thing. He called us the Chrono Trigger. Oh my god. He said the name of the previous game.
Everyone point at the screen! Do the one meme pose!
Yeah, if you have any point emotes, like the Manto point from Ratchet and Clank, that's a good one. So just so you know how cursed energy we're getting right now, I'm having to lean forward on my desk because my microphone arm is currently in the process of trying to fall over. That's the energy that we're getting right now.
I cannot stress enough how much love you need to show in the chat for Railgoon right now. Carrie's Hotfix certainly carries Make Your Own Victory on their back. Also, on the other sub-theme of this night, talking about community organizing, lead for GD Queer, event you may have heard of.
Queer Together, let's go.
Which was thick beyond measure. And also incidentally featured everyone else in this showcase today, because I got to run in it and Jess got to run in it. Also, speaking of audio, the music you hear on the Hotfix break screens is curated by Ray, the Ray List TM patent pending.
Look at our beautiful child, Poshel.
There she is.
I put her in the front of the party because it doesn't waste any time and she's adorable. It doesn't save any time this time, I just do it because I like to. Also, for shouting out GD Queer, I have to shout out Metroid Crime, also the head of Lady Arcaders, was the head of the committee for GD Queer, did an amazing job. And Ellipsis, one of the safety heads for GD Queer, was the volunteer coordinator. Or one of the safety coordinators for GDQ was the volunteer coordinator for GD Queer. Absolutely would not have been able to do it without both of them. And all the amazing people who volunteered. So, thank you so much. I know you're currently trying to jazz me up, but I will not take that credit alone. I refuse.
And that's another sub-theme, because Jess will also deflect the compliments.
I need you to know that Jess made a joke about sending me a stream key. Since I was going to be running next, and I'm always sending Jess stream keys for these showcases. I was like, do it. You won't. And she sent me live_ you rock. I'm like, oh my god, I just got him completely demolished by Jess.
Oh,
bullied with kindness.
Anyway, what's happening in Chrono Cross? We just had to gas you up for a second.
So Kid, it turns out, Kid did a kind of a heel turn by taking an absolutely gorgeous woman we love, Riddell, hostage to try and get us out of the situation. But turns out that she's actually the thief with a heart of gold, the actual archetype, you know, all the memes. Because the moment that Lynx pulled out a dagger and was just going to throw it and embed it in Riddell's chest, she pushes Riddell over and gets cut on the arm for it instead. And turns out that dagger had a really nasty poison on it, and would have been really bad if Riddell got hit by it. And now Kid's is completely out of it. We get given a choice because that poison has one known cure, and it is from an animal that is now extinct. So how could we ever get our hands on it? Oh, this game is about traveling between timelines, so, you know, we get the option where we could start doing that early, go do the extra dungeon, kill the Hydra. Hello? Oh, I already got this. Why am I going back here? Like, why can't I open the chest?
We're steering. It's good. Chat, we're doing great.
But the default option, which we went with, is just, I don't know what I'm going to do, which is, like, a reasonable answer. Like, you're hitting me with a lot of information right now. Give me a second to think. And then Korcha crashes out on us and calls us terrible friends, and, like, then his mother is like, you're overreacting. You haven't cleaned up your room in a while. So if you're not going to lend them your boat, I'm going to take it, because it's technically my boat, and you can clean up your room instead, and I'm going to help these kids. Which is nice, because I don't really like Korcha either, so we get to avoid Korcha, we get Matcha, who is a vibe, and then we get Glenn, and we just don't rescue Kid, and in the background, Norris shows up with a cure from the mainland from Poor. Hey, it's that town from Chrono Trigger, and cures Kid, and she's fine. So it's everything's alright. She's not going to die, she'll be back later, and then she's going to go into a coma, but that's after this run ends. And we also don't rescue her from that coma. It's a whole thing. Sorry, that
I'm trying my best to keep up on the plot, but I'm sorry, I think I'm gonna need to catch this run at Cross Fatales 2026.
We're gonna say no to Matcha here, which is different from the regular run, because we're on fast forward. She normally does that really long animation where he swims off, but since we're on fast forward, that's a lot faster, and it also avoids 2 menus by saying no, so it's one of the things where it might be faster, might not. 17 strength, Glenn! What the hell? Glenn's been eating his Wheaties.
Alright, it's about time we got the luck in our favor.
So we're gonna come up here to this city of demi-humans. They don't like us because they've been treated really poorly. Don't really blame them too much for it. But they've got a really good shop, and they're gonna let us use the shop, thankfully. And we're gonna pick up some buffs and debuffs, as well as more turn elements. Eagle Eye sets our accuracy to 99% for a while. You can still miss, you can roll the 1%, it sucks. But it's really nice because then we can just send the 3 attacks without having to really worry too much, because you'll still miss sometimes. And then
surely we wouldn't miss today, right?
Yeah, surely. And then Strengthen does exactly what it sounds like. It just increases your strength stat for a while. Where's Aqua Beam? There's Aqua Beam. And then Aqua Ball. 2 tier pluses. Sorry, I gotta focus up on this menu a little bit. And then Aqua Ball instead of the Ice Blast. This is where I'd put my Ice Blast if I had one. And then take off the helmet, give Glenn the sword, Lena the Iron Ladle, which makes an incredible sound, by the way. You'll love it.
I'm so prepared.
That's all of our menuing here. We're gonna go into this weird fog. Hey, why is this fog here? Turns out it's a pirate ship, but it's a ghost pirate ship? Oh my god, spooky. What are we gonna do about this ghost pirate ship? It's right in our way, Quacksilver.
I don't know.
Those aren't ghosts.
Running toward the danger.
Oh, those aren't ghosts. What's going on?
I don't think that's my strategy.
Turns out it's just a regular pirate ship pretending to be a ghost pirate ship. Oh my god. What a twist. And we meet this Fargo guy, and he's like, he finds out where we're going, but he says we're not strong enough to take on Lynx. So we gotta prove ourselves to him, and we're gonna prove ourselves by running away from this battle. Because it's not required.
Ultimate test of character.
And you get different dialogue if you do that. He says, what, not strong enough for you? And then it just moves on. And we get to fight his giant parrot, Polly. And now we get to see some of the stuff I was talking about, just applying buffs. So we're going to use Turn Blue on Surge. That's going to make him blue. But also, if you look in the top left, there's the field elements, field effect. What that does is there's 3 segments. Whenever you use an element, it fills up the smallest segment and pushes off the biggest one. And the number of elements there increases the strength of that elemental color. So this enemy is red, and we used to turn blue on Surge and filled the field with blue elements, and that makes Surge hit very hard because it's temporarily acting as if he's a blue character. And this red enemy is weak to blue, so it just does a lot more damage. And that just lets us plow through Polly really quickly there.
When you ran this game immediately post Undertale, did you get hit with a bunch of "You're blue now, that's my attack"?
No, actually. I didn't really...
We got him.
I've been hit with it now. There we go. So Fargo is blue, so we're going to do the other thing where we just make the field red, cast red on Surge, and conveniently strengthen is red. And then Fargo, he's going to be so helpful, because he's going to cast a strengthen, because he's going to buff himself, but that makes the field red. So now we're doing even more damage, and if you remember in Chrono Trigger, Frog and Chrono had this lovely thing called X-Strike, but that's a red dual tech in this game, so that does a lot of damage. It's the other reason why Glenn's a little bit overpowered, because X-Strike is ridiculous, and that basically just one-shots Fargo. Now, are you ready for the twist?
There was another twist beyond the pirate ship?
Yeah, their weapons were coated in poison, so we got knocked out. And he's like, we're pirates, what did you expect? Fair point. We get a random flashback sequence here, and then we wake up and everything's kind of weird. What's going on? Well, the fog went away. It's really dark. Oh my god, it's a real ghost pirate ship.
The double bait and switch.
And we get attacked by a skeleton, and once again, we're gonna run away.
Just say no to skeletons, kids.
Hey, look, it's gone. That's convenient. This door says key duty is a big responsibility. I wonder what that's about. All right, let's go upstairs. I'm gonna focus up here because there's a really hard skip called the Ghost Dance. Try and avoid a fight that is supposed to be required, but it's really hard. I gotta talk to these NPCs several times while dodging this ghost in a way. Oh, never mind. I have to kind of barely brush by that pirate, so I talk to him while running by and keep the enemy chasing me perfectly so that he can never catch up to me. I have to do like 3 circuits around absolutely perfectly, and then go talk to another NPC without the enemy catching up, and then it's difficult, but it saves a little bit of time if you can get it. If you miss it, it's not worth, going back. Just kill the enemy.
How much time does pulling off the flawless skip save? Like, on the order of how many seconds?
If you do it perfectly, 20 seconds maybe?
Okay, that's not nothing in an hour-long category.
You gotta make sure you close out that dialogue from that pirate there, because the trick here is there's 3 pirates fighting enemies. Any one of them could have the key. We're not taking that one. Enemy formations are random in this game, so whenever you go into a battle, it's gonna have one of the enemies you see on the overworld, but the number of enemies in which other ones show up is among a number of patterns. So that one was the worst possible pattern, so we said no thank you. And just went back into it. But like I was saying, there's 3 pirates that are fighting ghosts and skeletons, and it's random which one of them has the key. If you leave before you close the dialogue with that pirate, and you fight all 3 of them will say they don't have the key, and then you have to go back to talk to him again. He's like, oh, sorry, I forgot. I had the key the entire time, LOL. But that only happens if you don't close the dialogue, so it's an avoidable thing. But we like to see the key on the first or second fight. If it's on the 3rd fight, we get sad. So, given the way the game's behaving right now, it's gonna be on the 3rd fight. Just call him that one in the air.
I think you've paid your dues, but I don't know.
These misses, though. I wasn't even risky that time. I started with a 2. It's fine. We're just gonna kill this skeleton and then next strike the other one, and we'll get through it. We haven't gotten to hear the ladle yet. So if this isn't the one, We'll make sure we get a ladle clong just for you. Sorry, he doesn't have it. Okay. Third key, let's go.
All right.
Whoa. I almost got stuck and took an extra fight because of it. So a lot of this game is just the risk-reward and the overworld of dodging enemies of, like, how risky do you want to be in dodging enemies and staying on fast forward versus just saving the time. It'd be really nice if they stopped doing that. These guys have really high AP, so, like, the chances of them not getting a turn is actually quite high, and they keep just getting the turn. Alright, here we go.
Beautiful.
I probably should have turned off fast forward so you get the full experience, but I think you got... I
got the critical information, which is to say, bonk.
Alright, so we got the key, so we can open this door, and we can continue upwards towards the deck. And these ghosts are just everywhere, and these little skull things are the worst.
Oh, yeah.
They normally just stand in place and let you by 90% of the time, but sometimes they just turn around. They just want to say hi, you know? And then in this next room, there's two of them that stand in opposite directions, and they just randomly charge forward at different timings. There's no indicator that they're about to charge forward. It's just, do you get lucky? So I just keep fast forward on, and I full send it, because turning it off doesn't help. Here we go.
That's the best kind of strat.
So we've got the third forced fight of the ship. Do you think this was required?
When will they learn? When will the pirates learn? Like, I don't know, put a sign up or something. Ask nicely for the fight.
And now we have our RPG required undead boss that takes damage from when you use healing on it. You know, every good JRPG's got to have one, you know?
Is that a rule? I'm not a big JRPG connoisseur, but
at least
I guess
in the PlayStation era, it's pretty common.
That's fair.
Whoa, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I don't think that breaks anything. That's just weird. I misinput with my D-pad, and then I held down the turbo button because we actually equip our elements in a way that during most of the time, if you just mash through the element menu, it will open at level 1, select Strengthen or Eagle Eye, and then it will default to be the character in the front of your party, which is Surge. So it just lets us menu very easily that way. So Cure Plus on the boss. 100 damage, let's go.
So you popped off when Glenn had 17 strength, and we talked about eating Wheaties. For, like, characters joining the party, how wide is that range of variance? Like, how lucky is our Glenn? Is it lucky enough to offset all of the misses?
So we're about to actually switch all of our strength enhancing gear over to Glenn in this next section of the game, and he's going to be our main damage dealer. So it's pretty decent. He's going to be our main physical damage dealer through all of the last section of the game, because we're actually coming up on Mount Pyre and Fort Trigonia, and the name of this category, when we're not memeing on it and calling it furry percent, is Links at Fort Trigonia. So, as the name would imply, that's the end of the run. I don't need to buy the Diminished there, but that's hard muscle memory, and I did anyway. That's for later in the game. But the way the game works is actually really interesting, since the stats are completely random. It doesn't roll them when they join the party. Every time you level up, in the background, every single character does a stat roll. Every single one.
Why?
Because what
that sounds so cursed.
Because what it means is you can't save and load to get better stats on your characters.
Oh, sure.
Because every single level up, their stats are changing dynamically. Sorry, focusing up for a second.
No, please do your menuing. I'm seeing I'm seeing Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger lore discussion in the chat, and I appreciate the dedication. Again, RPGs are sort of outside of my, like, main wheelhouse of stuff. I am a Metroidvania girly, but much like we saw with Jess and Stardew, if you're able to, like, fit all of the finicky systems of this game, and including its lore and working memory, my hat is off to you. It's seriously impressive stuff.
Someone in chat saying, sadly we won't get to see Miguel in this category, but if you tune in March, I don't remember the date, but on Thursday of Frost Fatales, this is the second run of that day. And we'll do the whole thing.
I got you.
It's going to be the whole category, the whole game on fast forward, so like this, and you will get to see Miguel get absolutely bodied. You'll get to see us take on Dario and get the Master Immune at the exact earliest possible moment. And if you're curious how that's entirely possible that we could do that, because we don't use the black plate, is the spoiler, then you'll just have to tune in.
And you'll be able to check out that run on Thursday, March 12th at about 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And then stick around for later that same day with a bunch. There's a rhythm block that day. There's some fish games. There's a coin flipping simulator. There's Kaizo. Frost Fatales, I'm so excited for the Fatales.
I accidentally
schedule.
clicked off my game and hit the back button on my notes. And clicking off of the game pauses the game, and then I had to reload my notes. I was like, oh no. But it's okay, because you're telling everybody about how amazing Frost Fatales can be.
And I'm posting... Am I gonna get Bob for the link? I'm not! Haha! The Frost Fatales schedule!
GDQ.gg/schedule/64, I believe.
Yeah. It's truly ridiculous.
There we go. I got off track because I was distracted by my mistake. So I did some misinputs there. It's fine. We get some more bonus clangs from Lena. Len's getting some crits in. Iron Vest, Iron Mail, good. Okay. Those enemies have some rare drops that are very good damaging items, a +2 magic ring, and a +3 strength item. Do I have the magic ring equipped? Yes, I do. Okay. But that's by getting those drops, you lose out on some really nice armor that makes this entire section way safer. So I'm very happy with just getting the armor. Having the safer option, especially with how things are going right now. We're gonna say hi to the Red Dragon.
It's fine. We're gonna get the absolute blessed luck for the rest of the run, surely.
Surely? You said surely, and you really emphasized it, so I can't say the "don't call me Shirley" joke. It's fine.
Haha!
Do we get attacked? We don't! Just get to get some attacks in, and this dragon is really dangerous, so what we're going to do is we're just going to fill the field with blue elements, because having blue elements makes blue attacks stronger, but also makes red attacks weaker. So we cast Aqua Beam, we turn blue on Glenn, and that will make him do a little bit more damage, and also make this Fiery Breath hit way less hard. Oh, ow, okay. Fine. He's unhappy with us. Then we're gonna Genius on Lena, and we're gonna, if we don't miss, gonna make her do more damage with magic. Len's gonna use this Magnify, which is gonna make all magic do 50% more damage. And then this is where we'd use an Ice Blast if we had one.
But hey, we got some really cool iron.
Our stamina is a complete disaster. What's going on? Crit? Oh, come on, that didn't kill. I thought the crit would kill. Okay, yeah, he was so close to dead. This is why, for Frost Fatales, I have people who are going to be there to help me commentate. Because doing this while talking is hard. Imagine that.
I mean, talking and playing video games at the same time is in fact a skill. Hi, we're segueing very briefly so that I have a hill I need to die on for a second.
Go for it.
Talking and playing video games at the same time is extremely a skill, and you can be excellent at one and not the other. And the people who come on to this stage, both Hotfix and General, day in, day out, and are just show up at both is beautiful. I'm spiking the camera so hard, and I know I'm not on screen right now, but please understand. Please show up and show love to the people who can commentate, especially commentate while running solo like this. It's so important. Thank you for letting me die on this hill.
Oh, no problem. I very agree. And one of the things to do is if you plan to be commentating while doing your run at a marathon is you should practice while distracted. Because that's what that's going to do. The skill of talking and playing is something you can get better at with practice. But the easier thing to practice is just to get better at playing while you are distracted. So like, one of the things that I do is that I'll join like a Discord call and hang with the homies while playing the game that I'm going to play in the marathon. Just so, you know, I'm tracking a conversation, even if I'm not talking the entire time. It's still similar to the marathon of experience if I'm having to follow a conversation while I'm doing the thing that I'm practicing. And this is one of my big hill is that you should practice in similar environments to what it's going to be like when you perform. It has been very heavily tested that you will do better, your practice will pay off more, you will be able to perform better on the day, whether it's a speed run or a test, or academics versus, you know, competitive gaming. If you can simulate the environment. Also, what the hell?
Meanwhile, in CHRONO CROSS, last thing I'll say on this before we finish the steer is on the flip side, since this is the I saw a game at GDQ and I'm trying to get into speedrunning thing, another way to get into a speed game is to commentate. People do like paratrooping commentary for GDQ runs all the time. Fatales has a volunteer position called Commentary Buddy where you can just sign up to be assigned a game to commentate to help out a Fatale who may not have a commentator like lined up necessarily. Talking about video games is in and of itself a skill, and if that sounds interesting to you, you can always put yourself out there to like help friends, help people in your communities, just like draw hype to the games they love so much.
Yeah, and I adore the concept of the Commentary Buddy. I love just having somebody explain a game and why they love it in real time, you know, like. So I've done this before, not necessarily in the FF Commentary Buddy thing, but in the early days of GDQ, when you know there's nobody on the couch. It's like, hey, do you want somebody to sit on the couch with you? And then I just sit there and I ask questions, you know?
Yep.
So like, hey, you did this thing. Why'd you do that? Tell me about this decision you made. This thing you said, I didn't fully understand it. You want to explain that a little bit more? And just like genuinely wanting to learn more about the game while they're, you know, going on, whether it's from the runner or their commentators. But the other thing that does is it, I'm getting lost in my notes here for a second. You're acting as an audience surrogate, because if you on the couch don't understand something, somebody in the audience also didn't understand it, and you asking that question helps the audience understand just a little bit better. And it can be really useful to have the dummy on the couch, you know?
Love being the couch dummy. Anyway, what's going on in this fight?
So there was another side quest that we skipped, where we can get a thing that was supposed to freeze the lava that we walked through by talking to the water dragon. And at the end of that side quest, we get a summon called the Frog Prince. And since we didn't do that, this boss is here, and it gives us a level up, which is really nice, but also gives us the Frog Prince, which is absolutely overpowered. And the important thing about Frog Prince is that it's a summon, and the only way to use a summon is if you're the same innate color as it, and if the field is entirely of that color. So Lena is blue, she can use a blue summon, and then once we make the field entirely blue, she's able to cast it. And Lena is a magic user in particular with pretty good magic stats. She's got 17 what the hell? Okay, she's juiced. And we also gave her the magic ring and the Dragoon's Honor, which also give her +1 magic each. We've got Genius, which can buff her magic stat. Weak-minded, which reduces the magic defense of enemies. We've got Magnify, which increases all magic damage by 50%. As you'll notice, there's a lot of percentage amplifiers going on, and using a very powerful element that has very restrictive conditions on when we can use it means that we're gonna do a lot of damage. And that's gonna help us get through this section of the game pretty quickly. That's also why I went to the trouble of reviving Lena when she died in that previous fight, because if she's dead, she misses an opportunity to get a bonus stat. And the other thing to finish this long section of exposition and explanation is that generally each stat of magic is more valuable than each stat of strength in terms of damage. So magic stats are rarer, and the break point for her having good magic at this point is 15. Like, that's really, really good. She has 17, Quack.
So, okay, so again, marathon luck giveth, marathon luck taketh away.
We just did a really weird puzzle about just switching the order of our characters. It can be pretty rough for a casual player. It doesn't have the best signposting, but, you know, this entire section is kind of just a gauntlet of puzzles, and some of them have bosses and some of them don't. So we're just going to try and blitz through them as fast as possible. Stop occasionally for that bat. Bats are not our friends. Put Lena in front. We got Giant Gloop. And this is interesting because this is a blue innate enemy, which means they'll take less damage from blue spells. That seems bad. But this is the power of all of our damage amplifiers, because we're just going to say we don't care. I keep messing up because Flint V2 is a name of all time.
Flint V2 is the best name. Shoutouts to Flint V1, gone but not forgotten, and still cursing runs even after Stardew isn't on the screen. I assume the, like, innate type system is also, like, percentage increase and reduction?
Yes.
Rather than flat?
So we got unlucky in our turn order. Most of the time the boss will help us make the field completely blue. But he went early, so our Genius kind of messed that up. And this enemy has 840 health, is blue and 8 elemental, so should not do a lot of damage. But that still does a huge chunk because of all those damage amplifiers. And that just kills the boss.
Nice.
You'll see us slow down after bosses sometimes because there's a post-battle menu where the default option is to use your excess element levels that you've built up on healing magic. And the default option does that without using consumables. And the second option will use consumables to fully heal you. So in a lot of these fights, if you see me slow down in that post-battle menu, it's because I need to make sure I'm healed for the next fight. Because even just slowing down for a second and doing that post-battle is way faster than going into the menu to do it. This next boss, you'll see the full power of all the damage amplifiers and frog prints. Because this boss is not blue innate. And he has a lot of health. But he also doesn't have a whole lot of magic defense, which is, doesn't bode well for him.
Seems unwise.
Yeah. Alright, we're gonna slow down these attacks so you can hear the full frying pan effect. There we go. It sounds
Beautiful.
so good.
Vibes of Princess Peach in Super Smash Bros. Melee. The frying pan.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just a real satisfying thunk.
There's a note here for if Lena has 18 magic. It's like, that would be something, okay. Not quite that lucky.
You had to miss a couple more times in early game in order to get that. Sorry.
Alright, we're just gonna hope he doesn't backdrop. Surge. It's fine.
You were saying that as he was already backdropping.
Nope, he was casting
so
it, and I was
sorry.
like, please don't target Surge. The targeted
so
surge.
sorry to be the bad news, but
I used one too few many tablets. There we go. We're almost to the end of this run, and it is still trolling because this is Chrono Cross. But this is what I love about this run, is that even when it's behaving like this and being an absolute butt, you can still get through it. You can, if the boss decides to be an absolute jerk, you can just run away and try again. It is very friendly for casual speedrunning. And I love a good game that you can just pick up and try, because Handy, who I mentioned earlier, Super Handy, has done an amazing job of making very beginner-friendly notes. That was body press. What the hell? I did all of that without the enemy taking a turn. So I could just send it now. I had to legitimate loading screen because that is so rare. Oh no, I cannot send it now because I needed my needed my stamina back. That's the reason why I need to not do that. I was like, I can't send it now, right? There's a reason why I can't send it now. Failing to remember why I can't send it now. It's fine.
got this. All of the interlocking systems in this game's combat. I'm like, I'm gonna pick this up at some point now. This seems really fun to sink one's teeth into, both casually and from a speedrunning perspective. I guess that's like the allure of RPGs, though.
We're gonna cure ourselves here as a backup. We need to be level 4, so attack one more time. Genius. This variation where you get interrupted is actually easier, deceptively enough. Good thing I defended with Lena. Hello, thank you. And we avoid using the magnify there because we would like to not make backdrop do more damage. It makes all elements do more damage. All of them. Oh no. Those misses messed everything up. It's fine. He has 11 AP, and we do have an extra turn element, an extra blue element. So what we're gonna do is start with turn blue, Aqua Beam, then we're going to Aqua Ball, then attack twice, and then we're gonna Frog Prince. We got there!
Alright.
I might go slightly overestimate Quack, I'm sorry.
Alright.
We were on pace to be good for the estimate, and then that happened. It's okay. We're gonna fight against a boss that I have named my splits as Creepy Pasta. So I'll let you imagine why that is.
I'm so afraid already.
Press the button, Surge. Thank you. Oh, good. Do not want to be caught by that enemy. Has a lot of health. Hits hard. And he has a habit of just trapping you into a corner where you can't actually run away from him. We have the hardest puzzle of all time. The watchtower faces the north. And we want to go to the right, so we say south. It always starts facing that way. If you mess it up, then the facing of the dragon is randomized. So as long as you don't make a mistake on the first time, it's always south. If you mash through, then you have to pay attention to which way it's facing. I remember how this is just a section of puzzles? That was the puzzle.
Good puzzle. I mean, that's sort of speedrunning in a nutshell, right? Like, some of the most complicated stuff casually, it's like we walk through it in 3 seconds, and then something that like feels kind of average in a casual playthrough, it's like, oh, well, in the speedrun we get here with no equipment and 7 debuffs, and also we were cursed by the Etsy witch, and so this is the worst part of the run.
So this is why it's called Creepypasta, because that weird face, we're not going to see the most creepiest of pasta part. because we got good turn luck, and we're gonna skip its Kissy Wissy attack. That is not an exaggeration. That is what it is actually called.
Okay. Well, I don't like that, but alright.
This enemy has a very high magic defense, and it has a gimmick where it switches its magic defense and physical defense back and forth. You're supposed to like switch between physical and magical attacks, but Frog Prince is overpowered, and that just did more than its maximum health, so...
Well...
And that death animation is part of why we call it the creepypasta. It's just a little creepy, it's fine. As a treat.
It's not my favorite looking thing ever.
Glenn started with amazing strength and has gained very little since he's joined the party, so...
Even to the very last, this run is determined to troll you.
Yeah. We're gonna have another creepy boss, V2, which is gonna be a cute little fire bunny, and then it'll not be cute anymore, so... a little bit more body horror this time around, so if that displeases you, I'll let you know when it's coming up, and you can look away, and then I'll let you know when it's over. This enemy dodge is really hard, and doing it the slow way is actually not that much slower than just failing it on fast forward, so I just go for it. You know, sometimes that's just the play. Because, like, the difference between doing the risky thing and the safe thing is so small, but if you get it, you save time. You might as well just go for the risky thing. So see, it's just like it's just a little guy, you know? What could happen with this guy?
I already don't like what you're setting up with the implication.
Are you saying you don't trust me, Quack? Why wouldn't you trust me?
I know enough to know when I'm about to get got, Ray.
Is it because I gave a body horror warning, maybe? Alright, I'm gonna... There we go. If you don't miss, thank you. I'm gonna cast this, and he's gonna do the transition, he's gonna do the things. If you don't like body horror, maybe just look away for a little bit.
Charming.
Oh, he zero rolled me. Okay, hang on. Turn blue on ourselves. Please don't miss. This is really bad if you miss. Okay. I had to make sure. It's really tight on the AP if he zero rolls us. At the start of every battle, the starting AP value, which is the number that you have to use of your AP before they get a turn, is randomized. And generally, bosses cannot roll a 0 to where they act before you do. That is usually not possible. But some bosses, due to the way they're coded or things that are going on, the second phase of this boss is a separate entity who rolls its own AP and it's counting in the background. So if you get really unlucky, you phase the second phase and then it immediately takes its turn, which can really mess with our routing through the fight. So I had to stop, make sure I got that correct, because he acted handling before we did. And now we have 2 more fights. Then we'll join the furry fandom officially, and then we're done. I love that. It's
nice to know that there's an official way to do that. Yeah.
The other official way to join the furry fandom is to just apply to Fastest First. So you don't have to be
Fastest First.
You don't have to be a furry to speedrun. See Emerlin, one of the GDQ producers, who decided he just wanted to participate because a lot of his friends are furries and are in that community. And he's making jokes about getting a government-mandated fursona. And I decided to call his bluff, and I actually commissioned a ref sheet of a golden retriever that is now his official government-mandated fursona. And if you know Amerlin, you know that a golden retriever is absolutely the type of furry he would be. It's just perfect. And it's got the most himbo dad energy, which is... We love that for him.
That's so funny. I love calling someone's bluff like that.
There was an amount of, are you actually okay if I do this? And he laughed and he was like, do it. That's hilarious. Gabby did not know this story, apparently. You're welcome, Gabby.
It's about, again, speedrunning is about the people you do it with. And the friendships and government-mandated personas you make along the way.
Remind me after this, Gabby, and I'll show you the ref sheet. It's hilarious.
Incredible.
Okay, I almost smashed through this. I did need to heal. I got the handy drop! Oh my god, I'm so glad this is a powerful run. So, super handy, incredible pillar of our community. Did huge amounts of work to optimize the route and also just make his own personal notes, the perfect beginner's notes for anybody who wants to pick up this run. So if you're interested, you can join our Discord and just go into the Chrono Compendium that we've made, which is a bunch of link to resources. And in there, there's speedrunning notes, and one of them is just Handy's current notes, and they are just amazing. I wasn't supposed to strengthen Surge, that's fine. If you've never played the game before, you'd like to pick it up, you can follow Handy's notes. They're the ones I would recommend if you're getting started. But he has a habit of getting the rare drop on General Viper, which is that mithril mail. And the common drop is another Dragoon Gauntlet, which gives +3 strength when you flip it. So, getting a piece of armor that is going to become freely available in the next 15 minutes versus a +3 strength item, which is pretty rare, is pretty easy on which one you'd prefer, but Handy seems to always get the wrong one, so we lovingly call it the Handy drop.
Incredible.
But thankfully, since this run is going to be over very soon, could you not? Then
you had to say something.
We don't have to worry about not having the Dragoon Gauntlet, because there's this, and then some cutscenes, and then another fight. We're just gonna Aqua Ball you, I guess. It's very close to dead. And what we're gonna do here is we're not gonna heal, because the next fight, the last thing we're gonna do here, we go in with the same health that we had, and we have to lose. So we'll start this fight when the big thing happens and we become a furry with 1 health, and then 1 attack will take us out, and then the run will be over. Actually, I think that's supposed to be the timer, but since we're doing furry percent, we'll do the second fight. Just as a treat. But while we're doing that, I'll do my shoutouts, because it's late. Thanks, Quack, for bringing on the bonus Chrono Cross run. This was only possible because the studio right now is still not put back together from GDQ. We tend to loot it vigorously for tech and equipment for the on-stage events. And it takes us a little bit to get it back together for Hotfix. So I'm running Hotfix from home, and normally it would be very difficult for me to be on Quacksilver's show while I'm running the show. So this was kind of a rare possibility since their second show tonight was canceled. That's why we're running over, and if you were thinking we're just like being really mean to Think Fast tonight, it's because there is no Think Fast tonight. You know, it's kind of an opportunity for me to show off Chrono Cross, and Quack was on board, I was on board, and thanks for having me on.
It was a ton of fun. While we officially joined the furry fandom here, outside of Hotfix and GD Queer and your wonderful, wonderful community work inside the GDQ ecosystem, where can people find you?
So I do stream sometimes, rarely. It's a hobby for me. I'll be streaming more because I'll be practicing for Frost & Hell. But if you want to see me, generally watch Hotfix. I produce about half the shows every week. Richard produces the other half. So, hey, look, that's weird. That we're not controlling Surge. We're Lynx. What's going on? Glenn's attacking us. Oh no. So yeah, just show up to Hotfix. I'll be in chat. I'm usually running shows. You can follow me on Twitch, but if I'm not actively practicing for some event, then I should hit the timer on the dashboards, by the way. There we go. I should have done that earlier. Then I'm usually not streaming too much if I'm not actively practicing for an event. But yeah, GD Queer. I also produce for the Black and a Flash events. I usually help them with, ideas for interstitials and video editing and stuff. So support them as well. Just support all of the GDQ interest group events. There's Frame Fatales, GD Queer, the LHS, AAPI. We've got a lot of wonderful groups that we have these showcases for. We do the Trans Day of Visibility events. Just show up and support the community, support the smaller events, like fast-paced events, Fastest Furs we mentioned earlier, Power Up with Pride, Binary Breakers mentioned.
Breakers mentioned.
If you're wanting to get into speedrunning and it doesn't seem like GDQ ever takes you, one of the things you can do is just apply to the smaller events. They're often very welcoming to new runners. You can get some experience on stage, have a good time with a small community, get some involvement. And they're really welcoming. So that I very much recommend that you reach out and you take part in the smaller side events, small community efforts. They're a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Hard vouch for the small events. The marathon circuit is what brought me to this place and so many other community members. But with that, thank you again, Ray, for jumping in. That is going to be it for our, I guess, very special episode, our extended post-GDQ Vibes Showcase episode. Vibes that is American Truck Simulator and reflecting on GDQ for a few hours. It's going to be a treat. Thank you all so much for sticking with me this evening. Speedrunning is a beach day. Thank you so much for playing in the sand with me. Hope to see you again on the internet. Good night.